All right, everybody. Namaste to everyone here. Thank you very much for your attention and time to be with us. And we have Raphael and David with us again today. I hope everybody's doing well. Raphael, how are you today?
Thank you. I'm doing fine. I hope everyone else is as good as they possibly can.
Okay, good. And David, how are you today?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Good to be here again.
Awesome. So, a lot of stuff going on. One of the titles that Raphael's got going over at his channel is about the red heifer. I imagine most everybody who is listening to my channel and other so-called truther channels is big news about the red heifer, and they want to sacrifice these animals and build a third temple. So I don't know if we wanna really start with that. How do you guys feel? Where should we, start with? And, of course, the bridge in Baltimore, that went down, recently, last few days, couple days ago, is also big news, right? So, where do you guys wanna start?
I'll leave it up to you guys.
Maybe we can start in general with the sacrifice idea in certain
Okay.
cultures, because it's so foreign to the Western culture. It just looks grotesque and like something out of a horror movie. Would that be
Yeah,
okay?
I agree. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's start, with that. So, obviously, in the West, at least in America where I grew up, the idea of a sacrifice is not a common thing. But when you look at in terms of biblical, I don't know, like vernacular or ideals, then a sacrifice is actually not that foreign, right? Because Jesus was sacrificed for your sins.
Yes, so exactly. So this is like there's been a lot of conflation going on. I would say if you look at the prophets in the Old Testament, even a lot of them call out blood sacrifice of humans and of animals, and call it, a debasement and a sin against the Creator. And then, of course, you have like multiple sects. And then you have all the Jewish sects, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and then you have some prophets who go against them, and so you have even in those days conflicting stuff, and people saying things are good and other people calling them out on it being a lie. So when you say biblical it's all normal, it's not true. Even in the biblical stuff that we have, that is heavily edited and censored from the two councils of Nicaea, but even in that is left over, there's conflicting information, and of course most people are not familiar with those things, and they just read one Bible from King James and think that's all there is. But even in that, we have, you know the Jews killed Jesus basically, but Jesus was also a Jew, so um, you could say, well, there was some kind of internal conflict. Okay, cool, but then why did that was a politically motivated thing. But then why do we make this out to be a sacrifice for our sins right now? That is the church coming up with some cool story to make it sound better. And then other people come in and say, oh, look, sacrifice has always been a thing. It's just normal. When all of this is not really, it might have been normal in one culture, but definitely not in all cultures. There have always been people
Yes.
speaking out against it
Are you still
from
with
certain
us, or have I
cultures.
lost you?
Oh,
Yeah,
can you hear
I
me?
can I can hear David all right.
Okay, okay, okay. It must have been me. Go ahead.
Right. And so
Continue.
yeah, I think you dropped out, but I hope everyone could hear me. So they have always, it seems to me, like as far as I can see when I look into it, there have always been a certain culture or a certain gamut of culture that have done animal sacrifice, and some call them like the Canaanites or uh, the Sumerians or the Atenists or whatever, or the ancient goddess cults, and others who have spoken out against it. And I don't know if those were split off from that and just said we don't want to do it anymore, or if they were coming from different areas. I don't know that, but I can just see, looking at history, there have been always be a non-bloody veneration of higher powers and a bloody sacrifice one. So as two main categories. Of course, there's many more, right? And then we have this thing that today there is cultures that still do blood sacrifice of animals, and some even say behind closed doors they still do human sacrifice. Those are specific cultures that people can find out about. I mean, there's even voodoo, right? Not only talking about the red heifer and that thing. And then there's other cultures who may have done that in the past, but they don't know, they no longer do it, and they're shunning it now. And so basically they moved on, they evolved, right? And now the problem is these are mixed living together, and those that don't do it anymore are not really fully informed of what these other guys are doing, and if they're still doing it. They just don't want to know about it because it's so jarring to them. It's something out of a horror film, like I said. One
Right.
example of this is, I'm closing it up, but one example is this, what really shocked me is I found out about the ritual of Kaparot, which is a Jewish costume that is done at the celebration of Yom Kippur. And what it is a Jewish person takes a chicken and basically takes the chicken by the feet, a live chicken, takes it by the feet,
Yeah.
and swings it around and hits it on some hard surface until it's dead. And before, of course, they transfer their sins to the chicken, and then they kill the chicken. So basically, tricking their
Yeah.
god.
It's good for 1 year.
Yeah, that's completely ridiculous. So they worship a god that can be tricked by just a chicken. I mean, it's completely ridiculous. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. So it makes zero
Well,
sense.
yeah.
But they do it to this day. So they apparently, well, maybe I'm just stupid, right? But to me, it looks like apparently they worship a god that they then trick every year with a chicken. So maybe someone can explain that to me, but I'm just giving an example. Like, this is some kind of blood sacrifice that happens every year in a specific culture to this day. And hey, what's the problem, right? Poor chickens.
Right. Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on this, Raphael?
So first off, as David Ewing Jr. and potentially others have shown, or even Henry Atlan, the French professor, in terms of the history, I guess we have to be careful or exact in terms of, because I was just looking this up. So this here on Wikipedia, of course, it says Kaparat is a customary atonement ritual, so just as David said, practiced by some Orthodox Jews. Of course, the question is, how orthodox is the current orthodoxy really, or how ancient are they really, and how many of these practices may be ancient, may as well be recent. I'm just saying that, at least for me, I wouldn't claim that I could be sure about that from what I've understood now in terms of how many, let's say, are recent converts, how much of Orthodox Judaism, let's just say cautiously, has been recently altered. So this would have to be checked against that, let's say, in terms of how old is this custom really. Maybe some people in Israel or wherever they do this most could actually trace it back and really see, did my grandfather actually do that, or my great-grandfather? Probably they weren't even living there yet, is my assumption, many of them. Anyhow, the other thing, I think also, David, you brought up in some conversation. So first I wanted to say, in terms of sacrifice, it's a broad term. I think David outlined it quite nicely. The one thing is to have actual blood sacrifice and kill an animal, or even worse. The idea of sacrificing yourself, I'm thinking of, let's say, Japan or whatever, just stereotypical, but even for Europe or America, you sacrifice yourself for the company, for the nation state, or whatever. So there is sublimated forms of sacrifice that I would say are very prevalent in society in many different forms. But the more concrete example I wanted David to bring up, if you are the one who shared it, was this idea that supposedly in 99, they had some kind of breakthroughs with supposedly stem cell research. And then curiously enough, this kind of coincided with worldwide implementation of new variants of abortion law. So yeah, again, in a way, the question, what is exactly being done with, I'll just say it in a neutral way, human matter that is discarded, and for what research, quote unquote, and other purposes, medicinal, pharmaceutical, is that being used in a standard fashion? And yeah, to me, that doesn't sound too much better than, I don't know, sacrificing a cow. So I don't know, David, did you bring up that example?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can I can go into that again. So it was not 99. I mean, maybe it was, right? Publicly, it was 1989. And some people have said, look at Hillary Clinton and look at everyone, these old fuckers that run around, pretend to be actors and politicians, and look at them before 1989, and then look at them after 1989. They're getting younger. So stem cell research therapy was basically completed or made public 1989. I'll put something in the chat around this. I got this from Sean Ross. He got into that, but basically his the way he explains it is 1989. They published and refined that process, and they found out that a 3-month-old fetus has the most potent stem cells. So now they had huge demand for 3-month-old fetuses. So they just implemented abortion laws, which basically is legalized, normalized human sacrifice. And I mean, that's what it is, right? And so that just happened. So they went all over the world, this whole abortion law, which is literally crazy if you don't. I mean, who do that? It's ridiculous. But they did that, and then the reason they had to do it is because my understanding is they were doing this before with the whole, the Adrian Chromo thing. Can we talk, or is this like YouTube censored? I just need to know so I can like self-censor or not.
Well, I think we're okay so far. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, let's just continue. Let's just be
Okay.
natural, And if
All right.
I mean, use your instincts, and if you feel like it's like too, like, I don't know, censorish type of word, don't say the PDF words. I think that's like a well-known thing, right? And then don't say grape instead of that other word, stuff like that. But like, I think we're doing okay.
Okay. Well, the adrenal chromology thing, I think that's what they did in the
Right.
past. And that was basically they would take young people, very young people, and put them in a lot of pain, and then drain off their red liquid elixir of life, basically, right? Adrenalized, oxidized uh, liquid of life, right? And that's what they did for thousands
Yeah.
and thousands of years. We can find all this stuff. We see that they didn't just sacrifice people. The Aztecs and all those temples, they didn't just throw people into down 10 meters and let them die and whatever, right? They did sophisticated methods, and I think it can be shown if you look into it that they actually is what they did. They harvested this liquid. Now, 1989 was a breakthrough because they went from doing this to born people that were born. They might be young or a little bit older, but they perfected the technique that now they can do the complete premium product, which is 3 months old, and go directly to the stem cells. So they don't have to like smear some red stuff or take some red powder or whatever anymore, which they probably still do, but they just got this thing. And we can see a lot of like aristocrats, they were running orphanages, right? I wonder why, because why would they care? Well, probably because they needed
Right.
resources to do these rituals and techniques and harvesting. So
Yeah. It's
so
like
they were
farming.
doing basically the
They're
whole
farming.
abortion record. Yeah, they were doing the whole abortion record before, but it was like orphanages. But then they had the new technique, which needed 3 months old fetuses. Now they moved to the new record, which is Planned Parenthood. right? Oh, sorry,
Yep.
no, probably not going to say that, but that's the basic
Yeah, it's fine.
outline of it, right? For anyone who wasn't there last time. So
Yeah, so I just want to just respond real quick because, like, I don't know, I feel Raphael and probably David is on the same page about this, but like at least from my perspective, there's definitely nefarious stuff going on if people aren't clear about that. And I think, it's like under the ground stuff of people being tortured and their blood being siphoned and being utilized for this purpose that we're talking about. We're talking about like what's that movie? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. That type of stuff. They go into the adrenochrome. Those things are real as far as I'm concerned. So, and the PP, the Planned Parenthood, I'm gonna say it, and if YouTube strikes me for this, they can go fuck themselves. But really, we have to understand what these organizations are really about. And they're not about like liberal left, like some kind of ideologies like that, but they're really like harvest, factories for a product that they want. So, well, we can continue on with that. Raphael, do you want do you want to respond to any of this?
Well, I'll just say to anyone who's been paying any attention, and of course, in my worldview now, these are also all just figureheads and actors. But one of the most well known is, Mr. Gates of Hell and Windows of, I don't know, Eternal Blue Screen. Maybe that's why it's a blue screen, because it looks like the sky. It took me a long time to figure that out. But anyhow, anyone who's been paying any attention to what this entity has been going on with, just look at his own parents or whatever, and he's even saying that in interviews very publicly. Yeah, my parents, they were like involved in these things, and now I'm also so curious about it. Basically population control, and that's even the official term. And then you just put not even two and two, but just one and one together, and it's perfectly obvious what the agenda and ideology is. Yeah, it's pretty insane and pretty amazing for how for such a long time it could be portrayed in such a very positive way, whether through feminism, whether through all the other things, all the veneers put up. Bill Gates is the most amazing programmer ever. Yeah. And he invented MS-DOS in his garage, even though it was officially, a licensed bought up deal, this and that. Anyhow, it's just amazing how they managed to turn it around and
Yeah.
make it seem positive, especially on topic with the whole thing of let's say canceling out someone before even being born. Of course, we have to ask the question, why is this even happening at all? This has to do, of course, with relationships and partnerships and the culture surrounding the selection of partners and this type of behavior overall. And of course, then you can see, if you see it on a meta level, how at least in the West, society has been engineered. I almost, this should be looked at statistically, but I'm pretty sure in the West, the population has been optimized basically to produce these stem cells without reiterating the process now. But I think you catch my drift.
Loud and
yeah,
clear. So let's
pretty much.
continue on because let's tie this in with this red heifer stuff because that's like the main like cherry on top. But we need to build the pie underneath it a little bit more, and then that's part of the reason why we're talking about this stuff about Planned Parenthood and abortion, because that's form of sacrifice as far as I see it. And let's not forget that I've heard, and this is maybe hearsay of actual like rituals that's being done and conducted at these abortion centers as well. That is like, quote unquote ceremonial, ritualistic, demonic, however you want to define it. So I don't know where you guys are with that, but this is something that I have heard before. David, you wanna take it away from here?
Yeah, have no objection to that. I mean, I've seen all of these things as well. Very weird shit going on in abortion clinics. That basically they literally work like a slaughterhouse where you come in the door and you just get processed. They have no, as far as I can tell, no requirements or safety checks or whatever. Right? You come in, you leave, you get processed, and the product stays there. So the way they're operating I have no doubt that is literally what they are. They're just processing plants for fetuses and stem cells, and the culture that they are exporting to do that, it's basically it's like diamonds, right? Diamonds are pretty worthless. They are just have value because the people who sell diamonds and mine them, they have a very militarized monopoly across the world, and so they control the supply, right? No one else can. If you find a diamond mine, you have a military at your door in 5 minutes, and they will take it away from you. So and so they had to manufacture, market, and demand for diamonds because people didn't care for diamonds because you can literally find them everywhere if you know how to. And so the same thing happened uh, with the stem cells, with the abortions. I mean, right? No one wanted to kill their children. I mean, it was just ludicrous. Hey guys, here we built this clinic. Come here and kill your children. It'll be fun, right? No, no one wanted to do that, so they had to manufacture and this whole culture of man, we hate children, we are strong and powerful women that kill our children, that's awesome, right? This whole charade, this whole grotesque circus that has now been so normalized, that had to happen first. So now this is all running. I think this is what Nachiketa was alluding to, or Raphael. Now this is running smoothly. Now it's a well-oiled machine. People are full of hate towards their own body, towards their own children. They come to the processing plant and they leave the product there basically for free. Like it's a great business. I'm telling you, great business. Just
Yeah.
look up the price for stem cells, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, let me respond real quick, and let me pass it to Raphael after that. But like the De Beers and the Oppenheimers, they basically have the monopoly on the diamonds, as you mentioned, and I 100% agree. It's like an artificial market where they have the supply, they pack it all away into their safes, and then they allow us a certain amount of it to be released to the public, so they can artificially keep the price of diamonds high. And as we know, like diamonds were not really considered like the wedding rings in the past. That was a very clever scheme that they came up with of like advertising, like, oh, diamonds are forever. And then, a man, if you really love your woman, you have to spend 3 months worth of your paycheck to show that this is so this is again contributing to the value of this
Sacrifice.
these like worthless minerals. you know, Go ahead,
Yeah,
Raphael.
yeah,
I'm just asking, is that a form of sacrifice?
it is. Right.
I would say so, yes.
So, what I'd like to bring up, there's two things. One, so I like that you mentioned the diamond thing, and yes, diamonds are a absolute racket as almost any other commodity nowadays, even silver. But here it's potentially more just because the price is so incredibly controlled. The only I want to say scam business model that even has a one up on that is a very famous Austrian company which has yielded or has made some individuals very rich, is Swarovski, which you may have heard of or not, because I think what they do is oftentimes they even simply just use polished glass, so they don't even, I think, always bother with actual diamonds. I think they have different lines or something, but this is of course even more amazing than when you make the marketing so good that eventually you can even sell a probably diamonds, as you just discussed, aren't even worth so much even anyhow, but then you could even use a much more common material, market it well, and still make huge amounts of money. So that's always the thing with labeling, relabeling, and marketing. It's a wonderful game. And just to bring up the other side of the whole abortion clinic investigations, because I'm pretty sure most people that are into this have seen the Project Veritas exposés on that or whatever, which of course look very cool. And as always, unfortunately, with these big productions, is always the question what's going on there exactly. And I just posted the link in chat, which is incredibly interesting because it basically shows how, and this goes back to the whole Sean Ross idea of the Republican pharaonic section and the royalist pharaohs, where it almost seems like all Democrats and Republicans are fighting, or everyone is against Trump, and whatever he said about whatever drugs you weren't allowed to mention on YouTube for a long time, which supposedly worked better or not or whatever. The whole thing behind this, one company is called the Wellness Company, which seems to have made all kinds of marketing deals with all kinds of podcast influencers up and down the whole spectrum. And what's very interesting is that this whole how should I say, lockdown sentiment and let's call it Fauci sentiment, or what was it called, FDA or CDC sentiment, is being funneled now into that. And that also kind of explains why most of these very well-known alternative spokespersons against the lockdown and against the mainstream narratives regarding Corona and whatever initially, they are mentioning certain things, but they are not really going to the core of the issue. And this can kind of explain it, because it seems this is a well-orchestrated operation to kind of herd the entire opposition into these new and emerging business models, but maybe in this case not, let's say, on the Pfizer cancer vaccine side, but on the whatever other type of things and survival gear and I don't know whatever other things they have side. So I just found that very interesting, because it also shows, unfortunately, that these supposedly main opposition figures are, again, probably not as independent and ideology or interest free as we would prefer them to be.
Yeah, for sure. David, where should we go with this? So we got we got diamonds that we are talking about, and then these are all different forms of sacrifice. And I think one of the things that I would like to bring up is that, like, if there is a cause, for example, like if you genuinely believed in your family, like as a man, let's say if I had a family, I would be happy to sacrifice myself if get in the line of fire for my children or my wife, as an example. And I hope I would have the courage to do that. So I don't necessarily believe that all sacrifice equals bad myself. But like what happens often is that people are manipulated, and they're coerced in a lot of ways to sacrifice themselves for a country, but when in fact maybe it's the oil companies and the governments who are just using people like pawns, but giving them a different excuse about, like, hey, this is a patriot thing to do. These people attacked us first, and that's always been kind of like the, I don't know, the plot or the scheme or the I don't know, narrative that they've given people for the excuse of going into war with other countries throughout history, right?
Yes, so sacrifice in itself is a complex topic, and we mostly know about sacrifice in its perverted form, meaning the transactional form and the not for oneself form. So normal sacrifice is just a matter of you take a risk, or you give time, you give something, and you get something in return. The higher the risk, the less probable is you get something for return. So if you go work a job, you sacrifice your time, right? But you're getting something in return. The risk is low. You have processes in place. So, but in essence, it's a trade, it's a barter, it's an exchange, right? So normally sacrifice, technically, is just an exchange, one thing for the other, the energy or time or goods, commodities, intrinsic values. It's a value exchange. Now, when we use the word sacrifice, we usually mean a destructive form of exchange. So basically, you destroy something to get something. So you destroy an animal, you destroy a human, you destroy your lifetime, right? You would say you sacrifice your time for your paycheck when you hate your job, then you call it a sacrifice. Of course, when you say you sacrifice your something for your family, that also means that you lose something, and you kind of are almost saying between the lines that you are losing something, although you're also saying it's worth it because it's for the family, right? But it's in a destructive exchange because there's no other side that receives what you lose, and then that they can do something with it. So in sacrifice, I guess, technically is a destructive exchange, the way we use the word. Now, the other part of it is that you can do sacrifice on your own terms. That's like working a job, or some of the examples I brought, you can sacrifice your for helpless, for your siblings or for your child, or you do it lovingly because it will pay off. Like, for example, you sacrifice for your children, your children will grow up and get something out of it. So indirectly, you get something out of it because that's part of your goal. You want your children be happy, be whatever, right? So the destructive form of sacrifice, that is like the perverted one that we see in religion, is a completely different animal, because it works on the premise that you um just starting out, you're not doing it for yourself. You're doing it because you believe a lie that someone told you, and you're not aware that it is a lie. We call this a ideology, religion, a cult, right? So someone told you, if you destroy this thing, you will get something, but you cannot measure that thing that you get, and you cannot see it, but it does exist. Trust me, bro. So this is the sacrifice we see in religion, and it almost is like a form of mental illness, because a sane person would not destroy something of value to get something he cannot see, cannot measure, but has to trust that it exists, right? So that we can also see, well, already see there, that the whole religious cult ideology mindset is basically a mental illness, because then you go around destroying things, people, children, animals, for something that doesn't even exist, that you have to believe someone that it does exist. So that's like the perverted form of sacrifice that we mostly see in the religious sphere. And the secular form of sacrifice that you mentioned is
Or the
just kind of
medical sphere. There's also things I can't see and that I have
oh
to
yeah,
react
yeah.
to in all
Well, that's
different
just
ways.
another cult. Exactly. Yes. Oh, you sacrifice your money and you get this
Your
health thing.
freedom, you sacrifice everything for this.
Your freedom, right? You get this. You drink this poison, and then you will
Your
be healthy.
you sacrifice your economy for it, even without any poison. Just
Yeah.
everything.
But
Yeah.
you can already. It's always like the secular sacrifice has measurable results, and you can easily, clearly discern them. The secular sacrifice is destructive, but you get something out of it that you can measure, that you can touch, that you can see, that is real. And the cultist sacrifice is also destructive, destroys something real, and it's lost. But the result, the exchange that you get, never exists, can't measure, can't touch it. You have to trust us, bro. And so one sacrifice is kind of legit, but you have to, discerning if you want to do it or not. But you can, because you can see the result, you can measure performance. And the other is just complete fantasy, mental illness, doesn't exist. It's fake and gay, basically.
Okay. Yes. Raphael, did you want to add to that?
So just to come back what I said earlier and why I even brought it up with the wellness company. So everyone, I posted the link a bit up the chat. Do check it out, because what does this relate to? This relates to Tom Ballard or whatever he's called, and this whole Sound of Freedom thing, which was, this movie that came out 1 or 2 years ago, which is actually about, rescuing, I guess, trafficked children or whatever. And this article just really goes deep into this strange connections that, yes, this film production has with potential intelligence assets and with all of these supposedly non-mainstream medical spokespersons. So, and here again, because you said, David, something that you can't see measurable results, here it also calls into question, at least with these documentaries, how much were they just created in a certain way to make it look like, oh, we're doing here this rescue operation, and of course it looks cool. I think I even saw one of these older movies at one point. Then of course you always ask yourself, well, how did they get all these amazing shots? And like, was the production more important than the actual operation of what's going on? And by popularizing something like this, of course you could technically, not saying anyone does this, grift a lot of money and then not really do anything else in the back end, or actually have a proper procedure and have a real effect, but just have one marketing op basically where you're maybe doing something, and then still so many people, so bringing it back to that, will then believe, oh, you're doing these things and there are these great people and these great ex-military that are rescuing all the people and stopping all evil traffickers in the world. yeah, you can believe that, but is there any measurable result or any metric for that? Probably there is, but they're not the ones who are going to tell you. So again, we are in this fantasy land in a sense. So it goes in all ways. So even if you say, oh, I want to sacrifice in a positive way my money, whatever, to fund individuals that, let's say, are chasing evil traffickers or whatever, but maybe also they're just not doing anything, and it's just a belief, and again, it's just a cult on the other side to believe that, oh, by donating that, actually someone's being helped, when in truth it's also possible that actually nothing positive is being done with that investment at all.
Okay. So it sounds like another one of those like fake, fronts, and get everybody all hyped up about something that is not real. I mean, is there anything that's truly real in this world?
A good question. I mean, if it comes to you through a screen and you haven't verified it yourself at first hand, at least, I guess by now I have to say I wouldn't trust it. But it's kind of funny and ridiculous to me. Of course, going deep into the whole history research and looking at all of these things. But in a way, isn't it? Did anybody who's, I don't know, has some critical spark within themselves really ever expect anything else fundamentally? What I'm saying is that as soon as you have a TV in front of you or a screen, it's clear you only get a certain part of the picture. And then if you just imagine how could this be manipulated to the max, and imagine that and just then assume that's the case, and in 90+% of the examples, that is actually what is being done. So in a way, it's a bit astounding to see how it is all revealed. In another way, I want to say, well, it almost had to be like that, no? Or because it's just because it's possible, right? To obfuscate so much, put up all these heroes, because this is how you make the real individual action and individual change completely ineffective. As we've discussed previously with the whole prophethood idea, which I guess also ties back to the sacrifice somehow, even though I'm not exactly sure how. But I guess in modern Christianity, at least, as David mentioned initially, you have the prophet that sacrificing the prophet. Yeah, whatever. I mean, I can't jive with any
Yeah.
of these things anyway. So for me, it's all very strange.
It's not really, it's not about what we believe, though. I mean, we after you see the pattern of lies after lies, and you just kind of start to expect that. But what we are more interested in is like, what do they believe? What do the so-called fundamental Christians believe? What do the so-called Orthodox Jews believe? And what is like about spending all this money for creating that altar over there in that land in the Middle East that's highly contested, right? And then actually buying these heifers at like ridiculous like amount of money. They flew them over from Texas, and I don't even think that these heifers are like naturally born. They're like artificial, right? They're like genetically manipulated, non-organic heifers that are flown at ridiculous amount of money, and five of them were chosen. I think, from what I've heard, two of them are already rejected, so they got three to work with over there. David, you got any thoughts on this?
I mean, it's yeah. I've seen what was going on with the April 8th eclipse the past few days, which ties into the whole HEIFER thing. So there has been. This is not a derailing, right? So hear me out. So apparently NASA wants to shoot 3 rockets into the eclipse on April 8th. The eclipse will be 3 days long, and they are creating a program called APEP. So Apep is the Egyptian snake god, right? So we were talking about Sean Ross and the pharaohs, and it's basically them, right? It's not the Jews, guys. The Jews have their role. They they get to kill a bunch of people, they get to manage the money, and they get to take the blame, but they're not in power. So when you see these guys on the real hardcore stuff in the sky doing some shit called APAP, and you got to wonder, what's going on? Well, the Jews doing the little heifer thing, right? I don't believe it. I think it's all bullshit to get the war with the
You don't
Muslims
say
going.
bullshit.
Yeah, yeah. No, exactly. It's bullshit, right? So it's like the bull. But and the point is that it's all in layers and
Shouldn't the
layers. So
Hindus, I'm sorry for maybe not derailing or not, or just show how ridiculous this is, but shouldn't like the Hindus and India, which I guess is somewhat turning more Hinduish,
yeah. Well,
go
it's
crazy
all
on this? That,
no, because it doesn't matter because it's just the Hindu aristocracy and the Jewish aristocracy and the Muslim aristocracy. They all meet in Davos. They talk about how they how they rule their slaves and what can be optimized. They're all there. Like there's no just like there are no countries because they are all in the Antarctica Treaty, there are also no wars. So when we see the heifers and the Muslims and all that crap, it really is just like a sitcom. It's not real. So yes, there is probably some significance in terms of the sacrificial aspect of the red heifer, and but I think it might be more related to how many slaves they get to kill when they have this fucking red calf open there up there, and this whole drama of oh we haven't found the right red heifer is probably just to buy some more time while people get more angry and then the slaves right us and kill each other. Meanwhile, they got this APEP going, shooting 3 rockets into the sky and doing a bunch of other stuff that no one ever talks about. Where they talk about a fucking red cow. I mean, really. So I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but I'm just saying it's probably more of
It's a
a springboard.
distraction. It's a distraction,
It's a
right? For
distraction
you because
on one end, but also it's a springboard for other things. While we focus
right.
on the red heifer, it's probably more about what people like it's the narrative evolving around the red heifer and how that is being managed, and then at the same time what other narratives are being managed and more suppressed. So right, eh, talking about what the Jews do in Israel does is super suppressed, but suddenly everyone's up on the red heifer, so it's a bit weird, right?
Nat, you want to jump in or you muted?
No, go ahead, Raphael. Sorry, I was typing something. You go ahead.
So yeah, what I just posted, just to again to show how all these, yeah, it's just incredible. It's a manufactured reality. It's immediate reality, and it's a completely manufactured reality. I had recently found this channel. I don't know, somehow it's a Twitter channel called Gaza Wood. I guess that's a play on Hollywood. And again, not saying that this would mean uh, this could give any indication of what's actually happening there, but it just shows that just like with Wag the Dog, I mean, even here, this has been shown to us decades ago. How can you manufacture certain images to just get the media hype? And again, this doesn't mean that people aren't actually suffering, aren't actually dying, or whatever other things could be happening, which could be even much worse or different than what's being shown on screen. But just to be clear that almost everything we see on screen may well be manufactured, forged, changed, and even in many cases produced just like a Hollywood movie. And then this is what David Ewing Jr. always says, or also some other people have said for some time, the common saying, all the world is a stage. And Trump, at least until after his past presidency, even was member of the Actors Guild officially, even though that doesn't matter, of course. But if you really just look at all the politicians as very high paid actors in that club, as David just explained, everything starts to make a lot more sense, I think.
Yeah, I do want to respond to that real quick because like the question I think that people have in mind, at least in my perspective, is like, is there or is there not genuinely people getting hurt and dying in Gaza? And my assessment of that situation is yes. It's not all like fabricated stuff. Like, when back in the day, I met this lady from Ukraine in Nepal, I think around 2017, 2018, somewhere around there, and she was at the protests that was happening between Ukraine and their war against Russia, like back in 2014, and her good friend, her one of her best friends, was shot in right in front of her. Now, during that time, the snipers that were shooting people in Ukraine were being blamed on Russia. But is it possible that the snipers were Ukrainian, as we find out later? I mean, that kind of stuff happens all the time, that they blame the other people for the things that they do themselves. Is it possible that the Palestinian government is involved with all this, and they're hurting their own people? No different from how U.S. government is using their false flag events to hurt their own citizens and blaming it on others so that another agenda can be springboarded off of these agendas and I don't know, manipulations. What do you think, David?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't agree with David Ewing that it's all fake. I think I very much subscribe to the idea of a shit sandwich. If you like, the best liar has to tell 99% truth. So that means if something is fake, that means most of it is actually real. It's just one little thing that is not true about it. And that one is hard to find. It's like the needle in the haystack. So if someone, that's why it's so important to get your information from many, many, many different sources, because one, you can get then kind of the crossover and the overlap, and you see where they agree, and you doing that, you will see a lot of overlap, right? But you might find one or two things sticking out that is like disjunct between your sources, and those are the things that you can then look more into, because they will probably all say the same things that are true, but they are meaningless because they're all seeing it. And the little things where they disagree are the points of interest. And in that sense, it's the same with Gaza. Not saying no one is dying. Of course, people are dying. It's the whole point that people are dying because, like, we're talking about sacrifice. So, what do you think a war is? It's a huge sacrifice ritual. So,
Right.
saying the war is fake doesn't mean people are not dying. It means that the reasons that we are told the war is happening for aren't not the reasons at all. The only reason the war is happening is so people die. That's the only reason, always, because the aristocracy, pharaohs, nobility, they care for that. They don't care for us. The only time they care for dying or not dying is if it's about themselves. And so a war is about the slaves dying, fighting other slaves to further the interests of their masters. And so, in that sense, every war is fake, but sure as hell means people die in every war because that's the actual reason for the war. And so, same with Gaza. This is about the Israeli nobility killing a bunch of people and the Palestinian nobility killing a bunch of people, as long as not them, right? They don't care. It's not about their
Right.
people.
Yeah.
There's no their people. If you have a bunch of slaves, they're replaceable. I mean, for fuck's sake, they breed themselves,
And
so they're
that
actually a replenishable resource. They don't care at
that's
all.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
also how it kind of makes sense how both sides would be manufacturing, let's say, media ops to show like, oh, there was a big attack, which maybe actually was a false flag or whatever it is. And that's also in a way how this strange situation can be explained, that at least in the current conflict, but also with Russia, whatever else, they can always accuse each other of forging things, because most likely all parties to some extent are actually forging things, but then at the same time they will not really ensure to make it stop, just like whatever the Russians would have known that the Americans maybe weren't so fast with the moon or whatever it is, but they're never really going to go that far, because on that level, as David explained now, they're all in on it. So they may call it out sometimes, but overall they will keep the scheme running, because they will know every time, well, each side will need to produce their media nuggets to enable the next change of a law or the next commitment of Europe to do whatever, or America to send more money or accept whatever the political agenda, I want to say the progressive agenda is. There must be the media tidbits produced for that. So whilst they may accuse each other of doing that partially, they will still kind of keep doing it and overall support it, or at least make sure that both sides have their true believers in it who go along with it. So then bit by bit, you can, change laws, change immigration, change whatever else that this nobility, which ultimately again is under the same hood, achieves their overall objectives. Yeah, it's fascinating in a way. But if you would really just look at all of them as kind of media production companies on the one hand, and then on the back end, they can do their actual changes, and the people will even support it because they believed in the media manufactured excuse to usually, again, have even more conflict and ultimately even more people being hurt and dying and being sacrificed, if you will. And there's even a huge thing. I haven't gone too deep into that, but with the military insignia, that supposedly many of those anyhow also are like sacrificial marks. I don't know the details about it, and I don't know which symbology this would harken back to, but the concept certainly is interesting. At the very least, even in Austria, because even I wore that cap at one point, it's kind of curious that you have these caps, and in the very middle, you have, in this case, like a red and white dot. But I'm always like, why are they putting on these caps so you know where to headshot someone, or it's like a Hindu bindi, or what's it supposed to mean even? It was all very strange.
I
Bindu,
want to touch
yeah,
on another thing
a
there.
Bindu. Go ahead. Go ahead, David.
So just quickly to add to that, because you brought in now the military conflict and the military conflict, partisan factions, and we have just now kind of heard lots of information from Ukraine war that there are actually like mobile slaughterhouses, basically, for lack of a different term, like mobile field hospitals that basically harvest organs. And I'm pretty sure I heard some things from Gaza, but it's not as much information as it is in Ukraine, because I think Ukraine war is also much better covered. They have a lot of phones there, videos, drones. In Gaza, it's a more one-sided conflict, even more, because yeah, I mean, there's just not that much going on in terms of media coverage. But so that's another aspect. It's not just people dying for the sacrificial part of it, kind of whatever the energies to feed the demons, right? It's a ritual, like Raphael say. They have all the insignia. If you look at what their badges are and their uniforms, these are all their pharaonic coats of arms. These are basically literally crests, right? And where do they come from? Well, they're probably magic crests and demonic insignia and all that kind of stuff. So on the one hand, yes, it is a sacrifice, killing. On the other hand, it's also business, because, well, you can't just let the people rot, right? That's literally leaving money on the table. So you send out these field hospitals, quote unquote, these like mobile slaughter brigades afterward to pick up the organs, put them in a cooler, and send it out all over the world. Cheap product. Now, this sounds very harsh, but think about this, has probably been going on for decades. It's just this is the first time, I guess, starting with the Ukraine war, that we have actually the technology to whistleblow this and to leak this for the people on the ground. Before, like Yugoslavia or all the Middle East wars or other conflicts, there just wasn't the technology. The only people who had these cameras, these small mobile cameras and the transmission equipment, were the military, and they were not sending it out, the information. So this is now like a new era where we can actually, if we are on the ground and we want to whistleblow it, we can.
I'd like
At the high
to
risk, of
mention,
course, right? But we're entering this era now where all these things kind of start slowly to bubble to the surface, and we have to come to terms with the fact that this is probably not only happening since 2 years, but probably, I mean, realistically, since there was war, there was probably some kind of sacrificial killing and harvesting going on in some form of another.
Yeah. Go ahead, Raphael.
so just to bring a real life example that was told to me, let's say firsthand by the individual experiencing. I'm anonymizing somewhat, but a real story basically from, I guess one would say, a few decades back in back then communist controlled Eastern Europe. And that even then as a child basically was taken and most likely, like, how do you call it? The substance in your spine, like spinal fluid, being harvested, stuff like that. And the only reason why not more happened is because luckily the family or whatever went crazy about it or noticed or something. Yeah. But even there you have like this low key, yeah, yeah, I mean, it's completely insane. And of course, if you don't know the global connections that this happens, everyone should definitely ask around, especially from these kind of countries, if they hear of any stories. And then, as always, these just have to be collated and then put into the larger picture. But I just want to say, even here, I know from firsthand an individual that told me of such a story, which, of course, in this case, luckily survived and everything. But and that's just the low level of it. When as David explained, the real thing you want to get is the 3 month. I mean, completely insane. Someone in chat writes, "Sounds like farm to table." Yeah, unfortunately, it really does. Yeah, so just wanted to bring up that example that this thing really is happening, and yeah, I guess it's up to each and every one of us to become aware of that and not stand for it and understand all of the media operations that are going on here that make it seem so great, and just at least look through these illusions and not go along with these tropes of all that progressivism, which, I mean, by now I guess is obvious, is leading the West into the abyss.
So, one of the things that I kind of want to go back to, because, like, okay, like, let's just say that the heifer news is like all, distraction and stuff like this. But the reality of the matter, and this is just kind of the way I think of it, is that okay, maybe they through okay, I'm not even going to say maybe. I'm like 99.99% certain that they've written the programming, and that's been sitting there for a long time. But the optics of the general population believing in that if we do this, this is going to happen, and then that's going to happen. And what is this and that I'm talking about? If they sacrifice the red heifer at a certain time, then the Jews can build the third temple. Then Jesus can come, right? And, I'm not, siding with that belief myself, but there are a lot of people, probably billions of people in the world, and that's like a little bit of an inflection point if you guys think about it, because like if you think about what the Jews believe, which is like only like what 0.3% of the population of the world, and then you have the Muslims, and then you have the Christians, and if you add all those groups together, it's more than 50% of the people in the world. It's probably closer to 55% of the people in the world, and they believe, collectively speaking, that there's some truth to this idea of sacrificing the heifer, right? And then creation of the third temple, and then bringing in Jesus after that. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Let's go with David first, and then go with Raphael afterwards.
David, you muted.
David, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. So that's a lot to unpack because first of all, the people talking about Jesus, they don't even believe in Jesus because they made him up, in my opinion.
But that's another
So
issue, though, because like
that's another issue, but
we're talking about, yeah, we're
yeah,
talking
the
about the people
optics.
who do believe, right?
Okay, so the optics for the people and kind of the narrative developing. Okay.
Yes.
So in terms of the narrative, then it becomes the question, well, the people who develop this narrative, they obviously know it is not true. So what will they present as the Jesus? Right. So then there's theories, okay, will be the Antichrist. Well, what does that mean? Is that going to be like a human bio hybrid cyborg? Is it a hologram in the sky? Is it going to be some guy with stem cell therapy? Is it going to be Trump? Right? It's there's many possible options. For sure, we'll have to have symbolic significance. I have to have all the numbers right, some kind of name, be from the bloodline, have the right genes, and all that. That's a given because these aristocrats are all genetic nerds, bloodline nerds. So I think at the least we can expect that they want to push a person because, in my opinion, all this spiritual woo woo on that level is bullshit, right? And especially from these people, it's bullshit. So What they will do is they will just use this as a platform to push a certain personality that they've built up in the background, and then put them on the world stage, and you know, it'd be like another figurehead, kind of another tool to leverage their hidden knowledge. So that's how I see it. Like, um, and of course, what this guy will have to do is to keep the war going, to keep the sacrifice going. So the Muslim world, the Jewish world, and the Hindu world, and the Christian world, what they say is the Antichrist will bring peace to the world. Well, that's a peculiar thing to say, because for a warlike culture, peace means everyone else is dead. And when these people come together and they're basically everyone else is not them, then that pretty much means peace comes when we are all dead. So I'm not looking forward to that, whatever they will do with it.
Right. I don't think anybody is. Raphael, do you have any thoughts on this?
So first, I'd go with the basics and actually contest your initial statement about this nudge in terms of, are you sure that there's over 50% of the people that really would give credence to this idea? Or is this not maybe an ultra, as I explained earlier, so-called ultra-orthodox fringe view, potentially, I could well imagine, even within Israel, potentially even within the Jewish population of Israel? I'd love to have proper surveys on this, which don't have the same number as the Eastern Europe Research Institute, 3019 as survey participants. So I'd almost a little bit contest that, because also
Yeah.
why
Absolutely. You're
why
right.
else would they now, just as you said, now push this up so much? Because I'm pretty sure most people, most people into research, they probably heard about this somehow, but I guess, a regular, I mean, this is the European view now, because I want to say regular Christian, but probably if you're evangelical, I just saw some great documentaries about these evangelicals in America, then probably you do know about it, because for them it's a pretty big deal and they have a huge power lobby and all of that. But anyhow, I want to say I'm not sure how many really believe in that, because also evangelicals is just a certain portion of the population. How many people would naturally care about that, and how much, as with the eclipse apparently or whatever, they now want to make this up to be a big media hype, or maybe at the very least now educate everyone on that prophecy, so that then whatever happens next, which is already pre-planned, will be more easily digested by the general population of the world. That's maybe how I could imagine it, because I don't think so many people are that deep onto prophecy stuff until maybe a week ago, when this media went all around the globe, which, as we know, is completely synchronized and controlled.
Right. Yeah. So you're 100% correct, and I do agree with you. And so let me clarify by saying that yes, the so-called "quote unquote" representation of Christianity and Muslim is, let's say, over, and then the Jews is like very nominal. It's like 0.3%. But like, even if there are over 55% of the population in the world who are, uh, I don't know. Presenting themselves as Christians or Muslims, that doesn't necessarily mean that they actually believe it. But we know the media and all these like, people, the propaganda and the manipulation, they are all working in cahoots with each other. So, just like in one of your shows with David Ewing, he was saying like, like people didn't even know that they were Jews until they were told that they were Jews when the Nazis were around, right? So it's something similar like that, like people have to be told that this is it, this is your belief, and this is what believe, and they just kind of give them a track to follow down on, and then they know where it's gonna lead eventually, but people really don't know where they're being. It's like cattle to the slaughter, like go down this tunnel, something good is there at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, since people are led away so effectively from realizing for themselves who and what and where they are, even if it's just their own subjective truth, of course, everyone gets told this is your identity, and most importantly, this is your enemy. And then, it's just like setting up a chessboard or whatever with multiple factions. It's just, yeah, to those individuals, it really seems like it's just a game. Maybe even for them, it's a matter of survival in terms of the nobility. there may be some indications to that. But yeah, I think it's really important for everyone to take a step back and see this from a higher perspective, to be able to realize how really each and every group participating in any conflict usually is being tricked or misled in some way, shape, or form, and the whole responsibility shifting, and you have this incredible mess that's going on. So maybe to be specific, or just to ask what you think, because by now I'm of the opinion or whatever, I don't trust in any prophecy anymore. I'm not expecting anything of anything, because how many times in the last few years have we had 3 days of darkness here and there and this and that? And to me, it almost always seems like the media build-up and the hype and the fear is the really relevant, juicy energy, and whatever then happened actually was minimal, if anything relevant happened at all. What are your thoughts?
David, you want to go first?
Well, I would say this is. I've been getting into the whole crypto and meme coin economy lately, and there's a similar cult mindset there, where sometimes you have the writing on the wall for a long time, but there's no momentum, and then sometimes, if there's momentum, the same events or the same information can leverage big events. So if you don't know the catalyst, like the stuff in the background, like the big multiplier people, the big key opinion leader people that get influenced by the writing on the wall, and then get other people to move, then it looks like kind of coincidental from the outside. And the same thing I can see with the narratives in the media, and because in the end it's also just a cult, right? It's the cult of us believing that this artificial world exists, which is just a layer over the pharaonic aristocracy, because they don't want to be seen. So what I'm saying is, it is unclear from the outside if they're just crying wolf for so many times until we don't believe anything anymore, and then they are clear to go forward with the narrative without us being too suspicious, right? Or if they're just throwing shit at the wall until it sticks, and then when it sticks, they go forward with it, right? It's kind of hard to say from the outside, but it could be either way. Either this constant fear mongering is a well, you know what I mean, is to desensitize us.
Yeah, desensitization.
Desensitization, exactly.
Desensitize. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Not a native speaker here.
No
And
worries. Neither am I. Almost. I'm kidding.
but you can't hear my
You're
German
good. Go
accent,
ahead.
I'm sure, so I'm good. So either it's a desensitization tactic, or it is just a method of kind of brute forcing a narrative. You try every stupid thing your strategists come up with until it sticks. Although I'm leaning more towards a sensitization tactic, because we know from time to time we find these plans surfacing where they have written out stuff for 50, 100, 200 years in advance, like by people like Mackey, Palmer Hall, or what's the other guy, Pike, right? Or like
Albert Pike, yeah.
Pike, yeah, Albert Pike, Mackey, or Manly Palmer Hall, or like these. They create these
Aleister
narratives,
Crowley types.
or they create these narratives like these protocols of the Elders of Zion, right? Which is basically a prophecy, and then they go ahead and
Right.
fulfill their own prophecy, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying is actual Zionist prophecy. I'm just saying it's a prophecy with baked in scapegoat. So I'm pretty sure this is an aristocratic prophecy. They just have their guys that will take the fall already in there in the authorship. So I'm leaning more towards desensitization tactic, and it is relevant. And then you take the astrology and the numerology probably with it, and maybe if you're a really smart person, then you can kind of tell when it becomes real. But that's then more like in Raphael's side of the court, I guess.
Yeah. So let me respond to this just based on where I am right now. So, where my limited understanding about like just getting into the David Ewing stuff and flamenco stuff, and really all the lies that we've been told throughout history is telling me that yes, there is programming, and we've all been programmed, and we're trying to get out of the programming, but there is a kind of an unknown element to it. So, if I were to see it from well, let's not put it that way, but I believe that God is the only one who really truly sees everything for what it is, and then you have these elites, so-called elites, who are manipulating the situation, and again, they could be hundreds of years old. We don't really know. I mean, they could be like much older, and so they see this reality, they see how things are going to pan out much differently than we do. And on top of that, if they're working with artificial intelligence slash jinns, demons, and then they're like invoking them somehow, and then they're having communion with them, and maybe they're getting some kind of a download or programming from them as well that is really beyond our normal uh, uh, perception of reality as an average human being. But that being said, I think there's an element which is that is also beyond their understanding. They want to control everything, like totally, and they want to know every facet of a human mind, and what their biology is, everything that they possibly can learn. And I think a lot of the science has been kind of gearing towards like trying to unravel what makes a man kind of deal. But when you go into the prophecies of things, and they're doing the prophecy, and then they've did the programming like 100 years ago, and they had something in mind that it's going to pan out in a certain way, but maybe things didn't really pan out the way they had expected, right? So things go a little bit awry, a little bit, and then they feel like, okay, we need to try to roll with it somehow, and or throw more programming on top to get it under our control. And this kind of relates to, in my mind, about like the whole Quasit Haderach, Dune Messiah type of situation, where the Bene Gesserits already had in mind about what they wanted to do, right? And they were working towards that for hundreds of years, to only have it like blow up on their face at the very last moment. Why? Because there are some moving parts they could not foresee 100%. They thought they had everything under control, but maybe they don't have everything under control, kind of deal. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, what they did, like it literally, the okay, so I haven't read the books, right? So I know there's a lot of shit going on that I'm not aware of, but I just know like the new Dune movies 1 and 2. And in terms of that, even we can look at, if we just look at the Bene Gesserit and we zoom out, everything's going according to plan. They control everything. Why? Because they are the portals of life. So they send a young chick to the Harkonnen young prince. She gets a seat, power is secured, right? They do this with every male in the galaxy that is in some way connected to power. And that way they're related to all the houses, and they have them all under their control because they're all related. They can always say, hey, we're family, bro. That's one thing. And then even they have emotional, like uh, psycho emotional profiles on anyone and on everyone, because these so-called wives are basically their spies. So when the mother of Paul Atreides, the Paul Muad'Dib, starts breeding, like basically doesn't abort her male child, but keeps him and trains him in the ways of the Bene Gesserit, you can be sure that they knew this and they were actually planning for this, because they were probably pivoting, saying, the old matriarch going, you know what, we need to step out their game. Let's do this thing. Let's do a male, train the male, give him some warm piss and see what happens, right? It's just, for them, it's just an A/B testing experiment. They don't go brute forcing, they go fuzzy logic. They try 100 things, and then what works, they go with that. in the end, that mother of Paul Atreides says to the matriarch, "You should have." Like she says, when Paul Atreides takes over Atreides after Harkonnen
Yeah.
has lost, and the
You should
mother
have
of
you should
Paul,
have yeah, you should have believed in us or something like this. You should have
what if
taken
she
our
says,
side, and then she's
"You
yeah,
you choose the wrong side." She's like
right.
full of hubris, and she says to the matriarch, to her boss, to her trainer, mentor, teacher, she says, "You choose the wrong side." And the matriarch, the matriarch says, "You of all people should know. There are no sides." Basically implying that to
Yeah.
the Bene Gesserit, they control all sides, and that basically she anticipated this very development because she controls the emperor, the houses, right? You have to think like what we saw, this little zoomed in little spectacle, little theater where Paul defeats the Harkonnen and everyone is like, oh wow, wow. But in the background, there's all these houses with a huge battle fleets in orbit. There's the emperor and his whole entourage, and 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 there's Bene Gesserit in all factions. Like all factions are full of Bene Gesserit, right? So you think, huh, isn't that a thing to say? There are no sides, because to the Bene Gesserit there really aren't. They had this thing under control all the time. Like if they didn't want the houses to attack, or they wanted them to attack, they would have just told, because they were advisors of the highest kind, just told the boss of the house, hey, you know what, I think you should attack now, and they would have all done it.
Well, it's like
So
a reverse situation,
yeah,
where they're like saying like, "Okay, we had this plan, and but we knew you were gonna betray me." So it gives him like an
yeah,
extra layer of authority that we knew exactly what were you doing. We just allowed you to betray us, like
exactly.
producing Paul Atreides, et cetera, right?
Yes, so there's this logic. If anyone has seen the Hunter x Hunter animes, so there's a very, very a moment where Gorn, the protagonist, tries to. They are on this island and they try to steal each other's badges. It's like a contest, right? And it's a battle. Like you can die. It's very dangerous. These are all dangerous people, very, very powerful, and you try to steal each other's badges. So Gorn has gotten selected to steal the most powerful person's badge during this hunt. And so what he does is he tries to do it head on, and he fails. He almost dies. Takes a week to recover, and then he thinks and he goes like, I know. I will steal his badge while he steals another one's badge. So basically, what he realizes is that the hunter is distracted the moment he catches his prey. And that is very profound to understand. These people, they understand us so well. So now think about this. When we go into this war frenzy, like, oh, Israel, Palestine, rah, 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 rah. And this is legitimate, right? The Israelis really do threaten the Palestinians, and they also feel threatened. Like to them, it's real, right? But in that moment, they become vulnerable and stupid. And it's the same thing with Europe and the whole immigration, right? It is real, but at the same time, it is manufactured. So they understand that the moment we defend or we attack, they attack us in ways we cannot even understand. So Gorn, the super powerful person, hunts another person, right? And it's like stealthy, and Gorn is behind him, even more stealthy, and then, but with enough distance so he doesn't get detected, because this guy is a psychic. So in the moment he goes for his prey, Gorn comes in and snatches his badge. So again, the guy is very angry, and he also kills him again almost, but he now earned his respect, right? He's like, wow, holy shit, you actually got my badge. So that's something that they do, just as you say, the double negative and allowing things to happen, and then us feeling powerful about it. Another thing that they do is they hunt the hunter. Basically, they let us feel powerful and then let us catch our prey, and then the moment we try to have it, we think we have it, they snatch it, because that's when we're distracted. And that's just like a big part of this whole manufactured warfare as well, that it makes us careless, stupid, and distracted.
Okay. All right. Well, what about you, Raphael? Um, do you agree with that?
Which part?
I don't know, a lot of what David was saying, like, do they have everything, like, on the wraps? Like, what I'm getting at is that I don't
Right.
think they have all the, I don't think they're omnipotent or omnipresent myself, only God is, but, like, they certainly would like to project themselves as being all powerful, and even if they do mess up, I don't think they're the elites, are the types to like admit, oh yes, we can make mistakes and we can mess up because they don't want to give this opportunity to people and say, hey, they're just like regular people, they make mistakes too. You know what I'm saying? Even though, yeah, they've manipulated and all this kind of stuff. So they would probably never want to admit to the fact that they've made mistakes and they'll just roll with it. Like the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother who said, there are no sides. We always knew that you were going to do this and we allowed it to happen kind of deal. You know,
Yeah, I
so what are
mean,
your thoughts on this?
so there's two levels. One is that as we understand through whatever, just to name drop Fabian Society or whatever studies groups, there have been tremendous resources expended to understand the human psyche and, to do the demographic engineering and all the other things, social engineering that have been done. However, of course, also I would suggest that this type of entity or force or ideology by its nature would always attempt to cast the largest shadow possible. So I think it's both sides. On the one side, just like David explained now, not to be distracted and really think of it from a systems point of view, ideally 5 levels up to really try to understand what your actual move is and which move you can make, which really is in your self-interest, if you can really see all the moving parts as much as possible. So that's the one thing, because I'm obviously they do have all kinds of plans and ways and this and that. But of course, also, it's well possible, that's when you brought up this Reverend Mother example now, even though this may be their official stance, that they control all sides, and maybe mostly they do, this still could have been a mistake, quote unquote, and unintended. But of course, rather than admitting it, they would just play it off because it just encourages the power fantasies people have about them, or the threat people feel from them, or the respect people have for them. However, so that's another part to consider. Yeah, and where we are on that scale, I guess it's an individual determination.
Yeah, I
Or let's
agree.
say case by case. Yeah. But yeah, I like the example, and I'm even thinking like soon, when everything is censored, let's just say, or we're not hoping for this, of course, First Amendment, yay, even though I'm not in the US, or none of us are. I guess we're on the US platform, if that helps. But then we can just do shows about Dune, because if it's really as deep as it seems, with some further speculation, we can cover all the relevant topics.
David, were you saying something?
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. Like, yes, so another principle that I just thought of, and this is also prominent in Dune, and it's also from Sun Tzu, Art of War, is if you're strong, make sure you seem weak. If you're weak, make sure you seem strong. So of course, when the Bene Gesserit got literally slapped in the face, I mean, their matriarch got slapped in the face by this up and coming wannabe upshot Paul Atreides, and the emperor had to kiss his ring, then they like to say we're still in control, because they have to, because they were just completely bitch slapped. But that might have been a sacrifice on their part to be able to look weak when they're really strong. Just saying this double, cross, negative,
Yeah,
negative.
there's so many you can
It
go
just has no
it's like
end.
either way. You can go
I'm
any way with it, really.
Yeah, I'm just,
You know?
of course, but I'm just saying, like, it doesn't end. Like, this is like this old meme where, like, he doesn't, like, I know that he knows that I know that he knows, and you can go forever. There's no
That's what I
solution
mean.
there. Sorry?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so but it's real. It's real, but there's no solution there. The solution is not in saying, oh, it's the opposite, or it's the opposite of the opposite. Those are just possibilities, right? But we have to narrow down the possibilities. knowing about the Fabian way and the Sun Tzu tactics, that's all great. But in the end, it just gives us more questions because it just shows us all the possibilities, but it doesn't help us to discern which are more probable. So it gives us more opportunity, more flexibility in our thought, more optionality in our strategy, and understanding of the enemy strategy, let's say, but it doesn't give you a tool. It doesn't give us any tool of discerning which is which and where do the probabilities lie. So maybe we can look into that a little bit, because we widened our scope so far now, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And maybe we can look at, well, how to discern these things now. Now everything's like all on the table and it's super chaotic, like a million puzzle pieces, right?
Yeah, so okay, let's kind of narrow it down a little bit then, because the first question is like the prophecies, like are they or are they not programming? And I would say yes. Okay, so and then if we move further from that, right, and go down the logical path of what those they are kind of showing people, hey, like if we do this, this is going to happen, like we talked about before, right? So like, are the same people involved with all this? And I would say yes, like the Jesuits and whatnot, right? Like these people were the ones who created the programming, and they've been running with the programming for how long? For past what, at least 100 some years, with this idea of a Messiah coming. How long has it been? Like, really, do we even know? Like, historically speaking, like what we've been told is like it's for thousands of years. That since the death of Jesus, and then a Bible is created, and then Revelation is there, Revelations for some, and it's revealing to us that these are the events that's to be expected, right? So I don't know, but like, I guess, according to David Ewing, like all this kind of stuff is much more recent in the past 200-300 years, right? But then even so, like that's still a long amount of time to create a narrative, and really give that, like, signal out the programming to the people. And now where are we now in terms of the vast majority of the population? I'm talking about, like, there's got to be millions, hundreds of millions, and potentially billions of people who actually genuinely believe. And maybe I try to get your thoughts on this, like what you guys think about the actual percentage in terms of, like, people who believing that, by sacrificing the red heifer, by creating the third temple, that Jesus is going to, like, appear physically in this world. And I've have spoken to a lot of people on other channels, not on YouTube per se, but there are people who genuinely believe wholeheartedly that Jesus is going to come back, and he's going to have his following, I guess, and correct all the wrongs and such. So what are your thoughts on that? Let's go with Raphael first, and then go with David after that.
So I posted something I already wrote in the chat earlier. Really, please check it out. This is from, I believe his name is Andy of Deep Share podcast, called Rise of the Expert. That's a 10-part series. I stumbled across it on like part 9, and now I started watching from the top. If any of you ever like listen to, let's say, Michelle Gibson or something, when she goes through the presidents and all these things, really going into detail, he has a really great conversation with Dwayne Hayes is his name, and they basically go through all the available documents starting from 1900, which shows basically the creation of the American intelligence agencies and of American foreign policy. And all kinds of key figures. One of the main ones is called Brandeis, which I hadn't heard about much myself, but he shows how they are connected to this whole so-called progressivist movement, and how this then ties into all kinds of levels. So in many different ways, also what have been discussing here, to show how the whole culture has been embedded in something. In this case, let's call it progressivism, where each of the parts are scientifically engineered to progress and advance in a certain way. And I'm bringing this up because it's here, at least from about 1900, we have some semblance of a documentation which would clearly show all these interconnections. Although I would also say by now, I mean, anything before 1900, and then depending on how brave you are, you can add a few years to that. I wouldn't even be sure if we can trust any documentation, because it may even well be, even with things such as Pike, for example, I could imagine, who can make sure that those weren't also backdated at least a few decades. So yeah, just putting that out there, that really this is a huge topic which has to be looked at super carefully, because even if we go off of documentation like they do in this show, some of the documentation even may be questionable. And sometimes I'm even wondering if even the quote unquote pharaonic side even left apparently the traces documenting that basically, they were building this evil new world order. And then for me, on the one hand, it's obvious it's there in a sense, the systems are in place and they try to refine them. On the other hand, how much of the documentation did they put in there, again, even just to seem maybe even more powerful than they actually were, or just to beautify whatever processes happened in the past to make it seem as if it happened a lot more smoother than it actually did, or whatever other angle there may be. So just want to point that out. And yeah, definitely highly recommended to check it out. It's really interesting.
All right. Sounds good. David?
I just want to really go into what oracle is. Prophecy from an oracle or a prophet, right? And what does it mean? What's the origins there? The etymological origin. So, okay, just real quick. If we look at the word oracle, it Aurak L. Aurak L. Right? Aurak means mouth, and L or Il or Al is basically the Elohim, which are the high ones from the mountain, or actually the high ones from inside the mountain. So could be they're very tall, could be they're very powerful, but in the Sumerian, and disclaimer, David Ewing Jr.'s disclaimer, but this is basically what we're being told by the ones in power, that this is their lore that they project. That doesn't mean there's not a internal lore that is truer, right? I'm just saying, like, this is what we can externally see, what they want us to believe on that level. So Auric L is basically the mouth of the L. So we are told that an oracle is like this, like a woman with long hair and virgin and fasting and eating very clean, and she has the spark of God going into her and then speaking the words of God. All right, cool story, bro. What might actually be happening is she has some kind of psychic connection to some kind of Elohim dude who might be, a giant, an alien, whatever, demon, I don't know, right? But the fact that she has long hair suggests that she has a psychic connection, because long hair increases your psychic receptivity. It's like an antenna. So I think what is happening with the oracle actually is, and we see this in the real ladies as well, they had long hair and they had connections, right? They were channeling, as you say. So I think the oracle is really like a mouthpiece for the L, and it's pretty much, how would you say that? It's like it's mission control. It's a radio operator. So the oracle is the radio operator for the distant command center giving the orders, and then the oracle talks to the administrators here on site what to do with the cattle, pretty much. So the oracle is the phone on the farm, right? And the farmer goes to the phone to talk to the owner of the farm, who is off-site, and the owner gives some new orders through the phone, right? The owner is the Elohim, the phone is the oracle, the farmer is the aristocracy, nobility, Freemasons, whatever you might call us, Pharaoh, right? And the cattle is us. So if you look at the structure, and you see where the oracle fits in, and you see what prophecy means. Prophecy becomes nothing more than a memo that the owner sends to the administrator or the manager through the phone. It's like an SMS. So because if you zoom out then suddenly the prophecy, what is to us like this century spanning message, wow, significant. Well, to them, it's just a fucking SMS or an email that has like, an agenda, do this, achieve this result by that time frame, use these means, use these resources, and get it fucking done. Otherwise, I'll fry your ass. It's just an email that the boss sends to the manager dude. That's how I see it.
I really like that perspective. And it is all a matter of perspective, just as we've been talking about Dune. If we only, maybe change 5% of the story, because of course Iraq is most important planet, this and that. But from a slightly different angle, it's just a family drama. Because the Bene Gesserit, anyhow, they have their missionary protectiva on every planet. They have their agents everywhere. So for them, it's not such a grand of a game. But of course, because of the perspective of Dune, naturally, perspective of Paul Atreides mainly, it seems so relevant and oh my God, is the big thing. Yeah. And I think it's really great to apply the same distance or do the same thought experiment with whatever may be happening right now and here, because then we can at least, as David also mentioned, get different ideas or options in terms of what's actually being planned. But also, Nacha, I would like to properly respond to your question if you can pose it again, because I don't think I did respond.
Oh, I'm trying to remember like exactly what question I was
Because I think
posing.
part of part of the question, I think, was the whole idea of how far does it go back. That's why I brought up this rise of the expert, because here at least we can really
Right,
see, okay, this, because, and it's nothing else than the institutionalization of the pharaonic system, because you have basically experts, and this is the real life example, and maybe it's another, let's say, sideways idea I want to bring up, but it's related. How many people believe in the Red HEIFER story? All right. So now we have Rise of the Expert, the whole technocracy movement in the 1930s. You have the League of Nations, you have the United Nations, you have, in a very, I would say, perfected form, in a bad sense, the European Union as an example. And here you could say, I'll only speak about Austria now. We joined in 95, so this has now been 30 years, if one is willing to believe it, almost. And
right.
still, apparently, Austria is one of the most Eurosceptic countries ever. And I had the slightest contact with certain organizations, let's say, surrounding the European Union, to put it simply. And of course, you have a few people there basically that get paid, to do like community outreach and do student programs so you can visit the European Parliament, this and that. Yeah. And then we have a few upstart students who are like, oh, yeah, I want to mingle with these seemingly important individuals. I can only be very honest. Even I believe the first time I was in the European Parliament for some kind of tour, you see all these people, and pretty soon you're realizing like they don't really care, or it's like whatever, Because I remember, and not that this is important, but on a very simple side note, was like maybe not even 20. I went there and they had this talk, and the supposedly important politicians, even the head of the European Parliament, who interestingly enough was one of the main leaders of, I believe, Solidarnosc in Poland. And 20 years later, you get rewarded by getting this kind of a position, because back then you helped further along whatever agenda there was to be furthered. And I just brought up, well, I don't really see like the social things and so on and whatever happening properly here. And of course, they didn't even give a proper answer or anything. They just don't care. Anyhow, bringing it back, you have this expertism being installed and being brainwashed into people. And still in Austria, people are super skeptic, or even in many parts of the European Union. Then again, we would have to ask the question, to what extent is the skepticism and that type of ideology being fueled simply by the other side of the pharaonic system, that would prefer a different model? This all, again, has to be determined and verified case by case. But I just want to say, even if they put a program on for many, many decades, it doesn't really mean they get a lot of true believers out of it ultimately. So, yeah. I still think most people, they just go along to get along, and they would
Right.
align with whatever seems to be okay and maybe not completely devastating to their own individual life and fortune. So also here again, not to overestimate what these guys are doing, even though they have so much money. Of course, they can pay lots of people, and they do, and they certainly do a lot. But in terms of getting organic growth for an idea or organic support for an idea, I'm not sure if I know many examples where this has really been successful.
Right. So, like, you're basically saying that a vast majority of people are fence sitters, and they're in a state of superposition. They're not deciding A or B. I guess we don't really know until we open that Schrodinger's box or whatever. But like, I don't disagree with you, but I mean, like, certainly they put in a lot of effort. I mean, like, we gotta at least admit to that, with all this, like, creation of these books, of these languages and dividing and conquering the people and giving them new identities. I mean, that's a full-time job for, like, I mean, like, some of these people who are in these organizations. I mean, that's what they have to do until they die. They can be billionaires or whatever. It doesn't matter. They signed a contract and they have to run with it, and then and they're the hardest working people that I know. I mean, like, if you give me some money, I'm going to be like a lazy ass. I'm just going to be like, okay, let's just like hang out. Like, why do I need to constantly work now? But these guys are like workaholics, and they're working for a very specific agenda. And I guess in my opinion, that they are, when you once you start like belonging to that kind of organization, there's no exiting until death, really, right? So, um, I don't know. I think a lot of people like part of their agenda in my mind is to just like, make the situation is like so bad and so like horrific for the people that they latch onto something or anything at all, and they're like, okay, I have no hope anymore, and only hope I have is whatever hope that they give me in the form of a Messiah, in the
Right.
form of a prophecy, in the form of Mahdi, right?
David, you want to
Anybody?
respond or?
Yeah, uh, yeah. So one big thing that came around the whole scamdemic times was repeatedly, or if you look into the documents of the on the web forum of the WEF, is that we're basically saying we will make life so hard for them that they will cry out for help, and then we will come and help them. So that is that's not a tedious job. That's probably fun to do if you're, if you're in the right mindset. And
Okay.
yeah, it's like,
Maybe.
imagine you're part of this like 1,000-year-old family, and that's just what you've always been doing. It's like you just play with your cattle, you play with your monkeys, you play with your cows, and you make them run this way and that way, right? I imagine them thinking about us like that. So you torture your monkeys a
Yeah,
little bit.
learning how to manipulate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And they were whistleblowers, right? Freud, Jung, Otto Rank, Bernays, Rand, Goethe, Schiller, right? They were all whistleblowers. So there were people among them who were like, you know what? This playing with the cows and the monkeys, that's lame. Let's evolve. But they have this problem. There's enough people who are still okay with lame. But my point is here that they're basically playing this game of making it just hard for us until all these cattle, monkey and cows go like, oh, it's so hard. I want you to save me. I don't know where it's up and down anymore. And that's the trap. So many people who fall for this trap, unfortunately, I mean, if you make it hard enough, anyone will fall for it. It's not even a trap. It's just your mind can't deal with it anymore. And you either you become paralyzed from stress, from
Right.
overwhelm. You become your mind goes into, there's 3 states that a human can go in: is fight or flight or play dead. And when you
Yeah.
were so conditioned by trauma and external factors and threats and hopelessness, and then fight becomes too risky because you're then afraid of the consequences, and flight becomes hopeless because you're surrounded. So the only thing then that's left for people is to play dead. And and hope for help or beg for help, right? So they have this shit all planned out. It's not like accidental. It doesn't mean that they want to make a world for us that is just terrible. Just like in my opinion, just like in the Matrix movies, the architect said, like, we made a perfect paradise for you battery guys, for our batteries, for you guys, but it just crashed. You just wouldn't accept it. I don't think that's true, but that's what they tell themselves, right? So they create an
And
unperfect world for us to live in, and that is like in line with what philosophers said, that there's an imperfection in all of creation that is there. I don't know who said that, but it might have been from. There's this imperfection, this imbalance in the deepest core of creation that creates an oscillation that makes it so it's not still, it's not dead, it's not perfect. It's like it is in movement. It always have to find the balance, but never can find it, and that creates the life spark. And so it's like this matrix they're talking about is like a perversion of this very true concept that exists. Like you cannot sit still for long. You cannot do the same thing for long. You just are driven. You find imbalances and you have to balance out. You have to shift. You have to move in your sleep. You have to just do that, right? And so in a weird way, they perverted this principle and just using it against us, making life so terrible so that we then have to pivot and ask them for help. Of course, that's like the trap, because when your foot in your shoe, you have a stone in there and your foot is painful, you have to do something about it, not anyone else. So that's the trap.
yeah,
But
so
we have been conditioned, of course, to not do it ourselves. So that's like the problem. That's why we have been conditioned for this trap.
Yeah. Raphael?
No, I just like to reiterate in a way what you said. In defense of the pharaonic system, it may well be that any potential sadistic and related tendencies aside, it may well be required that most of the population is in this playing dead state, because otherwise they simply would not put up with anything that the pharaonic system is, any type of gear. How do you call it with the horse? The gear you put around the horse, the wild horse, wouldn't accept that if it wouldn't have to, play dead because of all the threats and overstimulation. And also, as you well put, being literally surrounded, because there is no freely accessible place on Earth, especially not with any type of regular services or amenities, that is not legally and de facto controlled by one of these entities, which are called states, which are all, again, part of the same system. So there literally is nowhere to run. At least I wouldn't know. If anyone knows in chat, please drop a line.
Well,
All right.
I would say we
So,
can only run
go ahead.
to ourselves. Yeah, sorry. I think the way to run to is to ourselves, and then to what we see in others from ourselves, right? That sounds abstract, but what I mean by this is the first sacrifice that we are asked to do is sacrifice ourselves. When we grow up, we're just little children. We learn to sacrifice the one for the many. We sacrifice ourselves for our parents' needs and our parents' wishes, and we learn to sacrifice ourselves. So the first way to run to is to ourselves, which means we have to find ourselves first. We have to find out who the fuck we are, because we never actually got to develop. So we have to find that first. And that can be a foundation. I would even say, I mean, just from my own personal experience, I just started consciously trying to find myself when I was 30. I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but it's true. And before I was just trying to find others that would help me, which is, I guess, natural, right? Because it's the patterns you see around in the world. So, but there's no hope there, because if you don't have yourself as a proper measurement, as a reference of what is actually what actually resonates with you, what is actually a fit for you, just for your life path, right? Not forever, but for right now. If you don't have that of yourself, you cannot navigate the world in a way that actually works for you, because you're just running around with other people's glasses on, and you live a life that then works for these other people that you have put on as a perspective, as a pair of glasses. So I really think the way to run to is towards yourself and trying to find yourself, and then that gives you the tools to find the others. Otherwise, you'll just run around, basically live other people's life, right? You believe what someone else believes, and that is not a way to live. That is just kind of being a shadow, and it's not easy at all. But I think it is the sustainable thing to do.
Agreed. I don't have much to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's just what it means to be alive in general. Is like, why are we here? And, who are we? These are probably some of the questions that we should probably try to find some answers for. Now, is there any like one size fits all type of answer for everybody? I don't think so myself. I think we have our conditions, and like again, like if we think about like, hey, did you choose to be born? And some people say yes, like, I'm a spirit, and then, I was in the ethereal realm, and then, a God and the angels said, hey, you're gonna live this life to learn some lessons. Do you agree to it? And you're like, yes, I agree to it. And then your memory is wiped off, and then you get here, and then you forget about everything, and then you have to deal with what you're dealing with. And maybe a test isn't a true test if you actually knew all the answers. So who knows? Maybe there's an element of that is being played. The other aspect of like, submitting to God, and God is the only thing that's real, and that we are all just here because, like, in the Quran, and like, I'm not trying to promote the Quran, but like one of the interesting things that says about human beings is that we are rebels. We didn't fully agree with the devil when he denied God and was being like arrogant and prideful, but we also were interested in to see his position as well. And with us being born, we are given a jinn that is like entangled with us to tempt us, to sway us, to kind of like whisper into our ears with all this kind of stuff. So is there some truth to that? I'm not sure. What can I say? I do think there is something to it, though.
Raphael, can I address that?
Please.
So
Yes, of
we
course.
at this point we're talking about God now. All right, I really want to step on that. Where does this word come from? Where does this concept come from? God, even nowadays, is translated as Lord. What is a Lord? Okay, let's, without going. I could do a speech of 2 hours, right? But I try to keep it real short. So you're gonna have to do your homework on this. Everyone who's listening. But in the shortest terms, when we say God, we mean Lord. We mean a superior being that is superior to us morally, but mostly in terms of strength and knowledge and perspective, information, and knowledge of history and future. So basically, we're a slave. We're an inferior being. We are beholden to this being, and this being is our master. So, well, we got a master slave dynamic there. And who would benefit from imposing a master slave dynamic on a population on a planetary scale? Well, probably not a god. I mean, I'm sorry if you want to have a spiritual definition of the term God. I can't help you there, but I don't agree that this is remotely true. I would more say this is probably a psyop imposed, like a population control scheme imposed by a group of beings who were small in number, relatively powerful compared to us, but not morally superior, because that is why you see all these gods supposedly described as morally superior, but then they go around raping, killing, drinking, you know, the whole
Right.
shebang. The whole shebang. Look at all the gods around the world, and if you put all the behavior in one pot, you will end up with such horrible behavior. Yeah, no one around in the world right now is behaving like that. Even if you find a murderer and a rapist, right, they're nowhere near what the gods were doing. So I don't want to hear that
Yeah.
shit about the gods and the moral high ground. It's complete bullshit, right? I'm sorry, but it's bullshit. People who are on that, I don't get it. I don't think. Look, I'm not an atheist. I think there's a creator. But what
Mhm.
does someone who, like, the creator doesn't write fucking books, right? He writes universes, he writes worlds, he writes beings, and the sounds of the birds and the movement of the trees. That's his book, right? So people are
Mhm.
just brainwashed thinking that he writes the fucking book on paper and gives it to a bunch of fat people in a dress, right? That really grinds my gears. I'm sorry, but this creator is
No,
so
no,
powerful
no.
and so magnificent. He writes literal universes and suns and stars and all this stuff, right? And then you have people going around and saying, "Oh, the God wrote this book." Are you kidding me? So when we talk about
Tell
God,
us how you really feel, David.
I feel like this, right? I feel like this. When we talk about God, think about this. Just think about this. Turn your brain on. What does God have to do with a fucking book that tells you how to be a slave? That is ridiculous. Wake up, snap out of it, and turn on your brain, man. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everyone.
No, no, no. Even if you were, I'm okay with it. But you have the right to that opinion, and I think everybody is. You're not alone. I don't think you're alone in terms of your sentiment towards any book that is written by so-called God. But Raphael, do you have any thoughts on this?
No, I agree with that excursion basically, but I'm pretty sure that Nach, you were speaking about source rather than in terms of God, the label, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because like in my opinion, like you cannot put a name to it. It's not
Well, he was speaking
definable.
about the
So like when
Quran,
I
so if so, the Quran is supposedly a book
Okay.
written by a who got it from an angel who got it from the source. So then I have questions: who is this angel guy, and how does this
Who is the
other guy
source?
who got it
It's
from the
always the
angel
same
guy?
question. Where is the source? Who is the
Why
source?
does the source care to talk to this angel guy, and this angel guy talk to this other guy? And why should I
Gabriel,
believe
I
all
think
this
it was
story?
Gabriel. So
Yeah,
the story is, I think,
Gabriel,
is that
Gabriel,
God
yeah.
sent Gabriel, and Gabriel spoke with Muhammad, and over like a 26-year period that he wrote the Quran. I think that is the story. But I don't like to use the word Allah because I don't label myself a Muslim, and I don't really like to use God. But God is a kind of a vernacular that is colloquial. So like when I say God, it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody else is going to have the same understanding of so-called God. But then do I have to constantly say like, oh, it's the source, it's the universal energy? I mean, like we can go in ad nauseum about like this, definition of things. I like what I genuinely believe is not something that is definable or containable in my mind. But is there some kind of an entity? Is there some kind of a force? I would say yes. That's my position at where I am. Yeah.
Well, and I do think so. That's of course an interesting point, let's say. So, and also, let's say now again, let's use the same heuristic, my favorite heuristic from Tolkien, which I mentioned before. The negative force can't invent anything. If that is true, and they obviously constantly try to interject themselves to be like, oh, actually, I'm the Lord, pay your taxes, or I'm the Pope, pay your taxes in whatever form, that actually would suggest that there should actually be a real higher power, let's say, or a real creator or a real source energy. I mean, understanding how all of these books, basically come back to some type of Jesuit concepts. Maybe it is as David mentioned earlier, that even there, hopefully, there's 99% truth, so we at least have something to work with. Why I'm saying that is that because from what I could understand from different religions and systems, most of them do point to something of a source energy and something of a supreme, just energy. To me, it's not even really an entity, and I also think it's highly problematic as soon as people start drawing faces or any attributions at all on that thing except maybe existence itself, which should be self-evident. What I do consider very interesting, and I have heard the story myself from different individuals, I wouldn't claim to remember myself, but this whole idea of choosing a life. So to me, this is a kind of interesting idea, because I do think it changes the perspective on a life if I say to myself, oh, I was thrown here because of my sins or whatever. Or if we take the perspective either like an amusement park, so basically, oh, I also wanted to see what quote unquote Satan is gonna do. um, I think it really does change the perspective on one's life, if one more has this agency idea, or more believes like, oh, woe is me, I'm basically being forced to exist. Yeah, I'm not sure, what is your view on that, or not? Would you say you remember something, or would you just say it's just a belief? Because also for me, I'm not sure, maybe it's just a belief to say, yeah, I chose to be here. um I'm not sure. What's your view?
I well, I mean, like, what is belief? You know, like, there's a radio program that my friend is a part of. It's called Crow 777 Radio, and they say belief is the enemy of knowing. And I guess, like, we are trying to move from theories, and some concept towards like something a little bit more concrete. Is that 100% about things? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, what is faith? What does it mean to be right? What does it mean to be accurate? So these are concepts that only the individual can really answer for themselves. But like, I guess in my mind, like, there are people who say that they remember their past life experiences. They remember being in the womb, and they remember like being born, the birthing process of, like, like maybe 1 in 10,000. Um, and they're a rarity, they're a rarity, but does it mean that they're lying? Can somebody take away somebody else's experience? So I would say not. If they say that they have certain experience, but we can't disprove them and they can't prove it, where do we go from there? Does it mean that it doesn't exist, or it didn't happen, right? And what about people's experiences of meeting God, or talking to angels, or meeting ghosts, or something like this? Like, again, we can't prove it, but are we going to take away from their experience of things? So where do we go from there, right?
Yeah,
Reminds me
that's
of a Jamiroquai song. Where do we go from here? If anyone likes funk.
I mean, we live in a world where there are vast number of people doing black magic rituals with literal human sacrifice and all the shit that goes into that. We know that. So why are we so surprised that people have visions? I mean, what do you think is more difficult, asking a demon to give you a Lamborghini, or ask a demon to give this other person a vision of something nice and have him get steered into that direction? So I'm not saying this is always the case, right? I'm just saying there are things in this world that we don't see, but they're not all nice. So just because someone is seeing something nice, it doesn't mean that it is nice, and it doesn't mean that it has nice outcome for them. Like, and even we have the saying that is, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And the same way is like, uh, if you want to catch mice, you need cheese. If you want to catch flies, you need honey, right? So, I mean,
Right.
sure, you give people something nice to hope for, to dream for, to believe in. A cool story, bro. And they will just be hopeful forever. Now, does this mean you did them a favor? No. You're completely scamming them. But it sounds nice to them, and they don't know. They think you're actually not you, and they call you guru or a savior or a prophet or whatever. But people who know will see you're a real evil person. You're actually more evil than the murderer next door, who may be killing one person, but you are killing the souls of hundreds and thousands of people, and you're doing it. You're basically inhibiting the growth of their souls. That's real evil. That's real evil. So I don't know. Yes, people see a lot of things. There's even this thing called inflation, where you basically stop, you're completely disconnecting from your own discernment, and you're completely ungrounded, and you just float up into space, and you just you feel so great because you're unmoored now. You disconnected from your id, from your inner body, how do you call that? Well, look up the it. It's basically inner drive, your imperial self. Your absolute adamantine arbiter of truth inside yourself. That is usually it feels like a cranky old man because he's so tired of all the toxic in our world, but he is not compromising. He just wants to smash all the fakeness. So when people have managed to disconnect from that, they got rid of all their neurosis, right? They suddenly feel great because they no longer have that nagging voice of their conscious. Right? So they think they reach enlightenment, where what they really reached is they just completely disconnected from the reality, and they're just floating up in space, getting fucked silly by the guru, and then 20 years later it comes out it was a sex cult, right? This kind of thing. So people see a lot of things.
Oh
Doesn't
boy.
mean it is true or is not true. Just to keep in mind, there's many things visible and invisible.
Yeah. Raphael, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so it is again not too much to add. The one thought I had while you were saying, and maybe I was not very generous with my assessment, but I wanted to ask how many percent of the current economy is based on that same principle, selling hopium in some way or another, but actually then delivering something which is of inferior quality or which that decreases the likelihood of achieving that goal for which it was promised to be given. Let's simple example, food. Oh, you will be so happy when you eat this. Well, if you eat it a few more times, probably won't be so happy because it's full of, let's just say, preservatives or whatever it would be. Yeah. Yeah. So that was just a thought that came up to my mind. That if this pattern is not very deeply instilled in much of society, or we think of, any crypto, any investment scheme, any coaching scheme, not saying that there aren't legit things of all of those, but unfortunately, at least from what I came to realize, a much higher percentage of so much business in some way, shape, or form is some kind of a deliberate scam. Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what Ponzi scheme is about. Like, the whole idea of a Ponzi scheme is like, it's the same idea with the lottery. Only like one in several million is going to win the lottery. That's it, right? But you need winners. You need winners so that it continues, because people always want to be paid. Like, okay, they have last $10 in their paycheck. Okay, let's go and buy the lottery ticket. They know that it's a one in a million chance that they're going to win something, but they do it anyway, right? So it's a kind of like a little bit of a circle, in a sense. Like, okay, you can, because, like, in my opinion, things in this world more or less work by consent. And what I mean by that is, like, okay, you give them the promise, right? But then there's like fine printed letter that uh there's preservatives in there, there's whatever in here, and then not everybody's going to win, but I just want to let you know that some people do win. And you say, okay, I accept that. By consent, I give you my money, I buy the ticket, right? Oh, I lost. But people have to see that there are some winners. Like Ponzi schemes, you have the initial investors that come in and they pay out. They have to pay them out. You have to show the rest of the poor bastards who are going to lose their money that there is somebody who won on the money, because they could be the one who actually went out on the money. Same with the crypto idea. You everybody understands, buy cheap, sell when it's more expensive. But that money has to come from somebody else who is paying that money. If you bought it for 1 cent and then you sold it for $1, that means somebody is buying it for $1, right? And
It
then
kind of
they're the ones who are going to be left with a bag once it goes down for a couple years, and then maybe it hopes that they will get 50%, or some portion of that money back. This is kind of how it's working.
it kind of makes me think of the prosperity gospel, where they say, the evangelicals, oh, give $5 to the Lord, of course, by donating to my mega church, and
Right.
you will receive it back 100-fold. And what I'm just wondering about with many
Right.
of these schemes, and even some of the whatever, I don't want to, in all segments of economy, isn't almost like a scaling scam or something, or that I'm scamming people by giving them the illusion that whatever I'm doing, which may work because it's a Ponzi or whatever else limited thing, I'm showing the success, but I'm basically giving them the false hope that this success or whatever idea could scale. Maybe let's take the simple example. It is unlikely that it will be possible that everyone who's donating $5 to the mega church the next morning will wake up with 50,000. For many different reasons, that's just unlikely to scale and actually happen. But that's oftentimes a scam that's being given. Or let's say, oh, I'm the big,
Blasphemy. You're
or
blaspheming against the
yeah, yeah,
Lord. How
or I'm a
dare
big
you?
online marketer, let's say, and I'm so successful because I'm selling my marketing courses for 10K a piece and force you to resell them or something, and then somehow give you the illusion that you could ever be even remotely as successful as I am, which you can't because it's my Ponzi and I'm at the top, to give another simple example. Yeah. So it seems oftentimes it's that kind of a scam where, again, people don't seem to understand the system surrounding them, and they are sucked in again into a limited view, just like on Dune. Oh, I'm just here on this small planet and so on, when actually there's a whole universe of forces going on and all kinds of other factors that we are being kept unaware of, and therefore then believe in a hopium as if every one of them 1 million donating could get 100x return in a day, whether that's in a church or in a crypto or whatever else.
Yeah. David?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. This whole crypto scheme is, in my opinion, the lesson for humanity to understand how scams work, and that includes religion. It includes every. People don't understand. They can believe in a creator, but it doesn't mean their books are true. It doesn't mean their religion is true. Just because the world is obviously created, it doesn't say nothing about what their book's saying. It's just what they can't get straight. And then they come and flame me for, oh, God said this, or my religion has a longer book than your religion, and my religion has been longer around. Yeah, guys, the world was created. That's all we know. Don't talk to me about how many angels fit on the head of a pin, because your book proves that, or whatever this old guy was talked to by Gabriel, or this other thing. You don't know. But yes, there's a creator.
Okay, but David, let me, because
And the
you've listened
crypto.
to
No, the crypto.
Raphael's interviews with David, right? Ewing, a lot of them, and then he goes into the Quran quite a bit. So,
Sure,
like,
sure.
basically in your position, you're like, okay, there's a book that exists. We don't know where it comes from. You're in a position like we don't know if these are angels or God. Maybe it's part of the control mechanism that is
Yeah.
happening here with that, with the Quran. And you are in the same position with the Bible. You are in the same position with the Gita. Somebody wrote it, and it's probably for
I can flame against the Bible
manipulating the
and
masses.
yeah, I can flame against any of these books. It's just you brought up Quran. I wouldn't even bring it up. But since you brought up the Quran, I'm going for the Quran, right? But this is true for all the books. I'm not flaming Islam. I mean
No,
all
no, no.
religions when I say
I'm not
that, right?
accusing you. And it's
Um,
okay. I mean, you can have a differing point of view. It's fine with me. It's just that I want to know your position because
yeah,
like basically from if you've been listening to the interviews, Quran somehow seems to be a very important like book that goes against the pharaonic system. Am I wrong about this, Raphael? Because this is what I've actually was hearing from a lot of these interviews is that what was the purpose of
Well,
burning them and like,
first
tossing
of
them
all,
into rivers and stuff like this?
just as you said yourself, we never know. Could also just be another fractal layer of yet another control system. So I'll put that here
Right, true.
first, because how could we know?
Okay.
Yeah.
As a
Um,
caveat. Yeah.
of course, and this has to be applied consistently to everything now, because if anyone has seen how much has been forged, we need to be very careful about everything. But just what it seems like, simply and very simply, again, in historic terms, that whereas most, if not all, written books have been, let's be conservative, reforged around 1900, backdated, so on and so forth, this at the very
Mhm,
least
mhm.
seems to be an oral deliverance from something that survived from before that. Yeah. With again the caveat, all the dictionaries were changed. The modern Arabic has nothing to do with the Quranic Arabic, or very little. You have all
Yep.
the hadiths, you have all the priests making up their own things, the sects, this and that, big and small. But just in terms of historically, it seems interesting that there was this purge and rewriting of everything, and there were enough individuals that found it relevant enough, and this is the working hypothesis, potentially fled from Europe into the deserts. And I mean, this could be a, let's say, interesting or attribute if there were really the original European or Arabian population that actually said, okay, the pharaonic system is going to set up camp here for whatever reason, we cannot defeat them. And then to really say, rather than to live here, I'm going to the desert. So if those type of people really existed, I want to say I can really respect that. I'm not sure if I would do that right now and say, okay, I'm going to live in a tent in the desert just because I'm fed up with, let's say, the Western taxation or whatever. I guess that's why people move to Dubai. They do it in a different way to evade the taxes, but that's a different part of the pharaonic system itself.
Yeah, that's another. Yeah.
Anyhow, so this is just the interesting aspect of it, that this has survived, and also that there seems to be, and I generally would agree with that, this subliminal animosity, and even Trump specifically having mentioned that, yeah, quote unquote, Islam is against us, or we are against them. Of course, it's a very undifferentiated way of talking about it. But again, if it is really true that there is a fundamental accusation of the pharaonic system, and one that's at least true enough, contained and encoded within the Quran, then it would make sense that the pharaonic system would rather not have it around. And again, here the main point being that whilst we don't have anyone who has still an extant line of oral transmission for the Bhagavad Gita, for the Bible, or for anything else, it does exist in the millions for the Quran. And that is just historically, de facto, I would say, an interesting characteristic, which is why this book warrants, or this oral deliverance actually, because the books are written later, warrants particular scrutiny, let's say, and maybe offers some semblance of an alternative view to what is otherwise, let's say, the pharaonic mainstream, which, as we learn more and more, composes everything and also most things we would consider alternative. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, again, just to reiterate that, this idea that we can be double played and triple played and quadruple played, is like really, there's endless amount of being played, right, is, a possibility. And so does it mean should we be, quote, unquote, "an auto hoaxer"? Because that's the saying that I am skeptical about everything, I don't believe in anything at all. I think there's a kind of a, at least in my perspective, a fine balance of not being a nihilist, not being, like kind of like a cynical, right? About the situation is, I think, is also important, but that doesn't mean we have to put all the eggs in one basket though too, and say, oh yes, Quran is the one and only true book, et cetera, et cetera, either. So what say you, David?
So, I mean, I don't want to hate on any of these books. I think they're super valuable, and as a historical account, and with a disclaimer, for example, what that history is always a revisionist science. Like someone like David can come along and dig things out and be like, "Hey, look, this is actually something else. This is, actually this happened, but there's been there's like this narrative on the surface, and that's fine. But look underneath is this stuff I figured out, right?" So all these books to me are super valuable as a starting point to dig into a story. It's like an entry to a rabbit hole. So, for example, like I mentioned the Elohim earlier, right? We wouldn't know about the Elohim if it wasn't for the Old Testament and the Hebrew and Greek originals, and or let's say about the narrative of the Elohim, right? And then the whole Sumerian and all that shit, right? And even if it's all fake, I feel like it can give us something like, when we consider this as data, there's the metadata where we can look at, well, who brought these narratives forward, who wrote about them, what people did these guys know who wrote about them, what were the circles they were interacting with, were they part of this group or that group, right? And then we can look at the metadata where we can say, okay, in what format were they written, what medium was used, were they in stone or on paper, whatever, right? What font was used, what script was used. So we can already infer a lot of things from just looking at it without saying it's written by God, but just looking at it as something that is in our human realm. We can find out a lot of things, or let's say we can infer a lot of things, or we can assume or guess a lot of things, and we can look at 100 things and look at overlap. Where do things correlate, or where they are disjunct, and we can see, this makes more sense than that thing, right? So in that sense, I'm super stoked on all these books, and also what David Ewing Jr. is doing. That's super cool shit. I'm just not on board with jumping the gun and saying, "Oh, it's probably from God because this book says so." Right? That's just where I draw the line.
Okay.
But other than that, it's just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a research into our history. And hey, if it ends up being we're from God, cool, cool. But then I want to know, what does that even mean? Is it like this guy in the sky? Is it like this cloud that's floating around? Is it like light and all encompassing? Just saying it's God is like saying nothing, because it's just abstract.
I don't disagree with that, but do you believe in God, yourself, David? Or, like, do you have any, sense of,
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah. I said like
spirituality? Like,
five
where
times already. I mean, it's obvious this world was
uh,
created by a creator. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
no
Yeah,
question in
yeah.
my
So,
mind.
but
Like,
what I'm getting at, David, is that you do have your own perception or conception of God, do you not?
um, well, it's more like by exclusion that I would say I cannot justify for myself that this was all just accidentally, chaotically emerged into being. All that we see, right?
Right,
All the
yeah.
order,
Yeah, like,
all
it's the
and all the things.
intelligent design concept, yeah? It's
Right.
like this,
You see like the
holds
Fibonacci spirals and
mhm,
the world working like clockwork, and the stars and the sun and the cycles. It's all very precise. So for me, it's like more like living in a clock, if you want to go there. And
mhm,
the more you
mhm,
zoom in, it's still all very synchronized, and you zoom out, it's still super synchronized on another level. So uh, when I create a situation of chaos, it doesn't it doesn't spontaneously synchronize into order. It just doesn't happen. But if I expose it to a certain rhythm, like a frequency, right, and then it attunes and it becomes entrained to that frequency, right? So I can see that there's on the most basic level that there's some kind of frequency in the universe that is very, very complex, not like just a single sine wave, but like more like a symphony.
mhm,
And that symphony
mhm,
hitting a certain medium creates complex orders and beautiful things, right? So now there's like a lot of myths in some cultures about the gods singing the world into existence, right? And then suddenly in our modern world, we get frequency creating form and matter in these like cornstarch structures, and we go like, maybe these guys were onto something. They were probably using their own language, but if you uh, rack that up 1,000 times in complexity, you suddenly get kind of a singing the world into existence, right? So just on a very basic level, I think um, that I can imagine that much easier than saying it's all chaos. I think atheists are a little bit out of touch in that, in that way, that they just go like, I don't want to believe in this God, this church, and it's all ridiculous. And I agree. And then they just overshoot the target and go like, there is no God, just completely disregarding the facts all around them. Just because the church might be a scam, it doesn't mean the world is a scam, because you're living in it and you're obviously ordered and synchronized with everything around you. So that's kind of where I stand on that.
So just lest I forget, atheism, as I understand, is also very much part of the humanist progressive agenda. And from what I understand, I mean, this is even official, even in official timelines. Who created all the universities that brought up all this great science? Ultimately, it was the effing church. So
the
this is just,
Jesuits.
yeah, so this is just another part of the multi-generational plan. So even from that point of view, anyone who would see themselves as enlightened by being an atheist should definitely look into the history of that whole movement and idea, which then supposedly, and we can see the signs of this, is supposed to lead us over into transhumanism. Yeah, which in a way we're already halfway there, I guess. Um, yeah, so I don't know. Do you have any other question, Nat, or anything I should respond to specifically? Just because then I operate more effectively instead of just going on about whatever.
No, I mean, like, again, like this. I think people, in my opinion, like people should not get too hung up on the word like God or again, we can like try to define terms. I use the word God, but people get too
I think there's
hung
also
up on that word.
phases. Yeah, there's probably phases or perspectives on this. There maybe was a time when I was also more wary about using it. Now I would regularly, I guess, again use the term God, but of course in a very particular definition. But this is, of course, the issue with communication. However, also this is one of the things they do all the time is label and relabel things. And then people believe they
Yeah,
talk about the same thing, but they don't. And I'll give
Exactly.
this example because I think
Yeah.
it's a very practical and real. And I have a friend who's been into this topic for many years. Bread. Yeah. We buy bread today. Most people don't know the bread they get is from, how do you call it? First of all, it's heat treated. That's already bad enough. But the main thing is it's the seed is removed. The seedling is removed from the wheat, yeah? Or any type of flour you get. If it's regular flour, regular bread, it's always an extract. And then wonder or ask yourself the question, where are the most nutrients and most amazing things exactly in the thing they regularly extract? And maybe, but this was around the last reset time, maybe 1850 is officially when they introduced this type of extract flour and started making everything with it. So even here we can't be sure what are the real dates on this, but just the basic idea that maybe before or at some point people were buying bread, it was nutritious. Maybe that's where the stories came from that you can actually survive in prison with bread and water. I mean, if I have super energized water coming from the, Tartarian spring tap or whatever, together with super high quality uh, bread
right.
made out of whole grain flour, non-heat treated, freshly done, and all of that with love, you can probably live from that a long time. Um, so yeah, let me not lose my track. Yeah, but basically
Yeah,
the relabeling. So it's in this very simple example. Now again, everyone buys bread and they wonder why they're getting sick from it, and people recommend against it. Well, it's because the core ingredient has been removed, but it's being called the same. And the same thing happens with any religious group and anything. Always this obfuscation, shifting of responsibility, and just making the world almost shift under your feet. Because even if we just look at the common vernacular of the last 30 years, how much has language changed? How many words are you not supposed to say? How many words are supposed to mean something different now? And by now, we're really already past this double speak world where then it almost seems, depending on political outlook or whatever, people make up their own meanings for words anyways. Or just to bring up something current, another one of these media cows they run through the circus, or however you call it in English, the proper term, when Trump was now talking at this rally and he was talking about the bloodbath in the car industry. And for several days, the super liberal progressive media, at least in Europe, really tried to push hard and be like, yeah, he was talking about that he wants a violent revolution or something like that, which was obviously completely ridiculous, but still they go for it for a few days. Yeah,
yeah,
it's beyond. It's just beyond.
yeah. There's a kind of a, I mean, like, language is important. We use language. Words should have meaning, and so we do the best we can to try to communicate with one another. And if I say something that you guys don't understand, I'm going to try to clarify myself the best I can. There are going to be some words that are going to be a little bit nuanced, which is like God or Allah or spirituality. This is going to be like, taking us. But there are other things that we can talk about for sure, that is going to be like, we can kind of like really narrow it down. We can really hone in on what that word means or should mean. Now, there's a couple things. Words should mean certain things, but then over wrong use, over a period of time, it becomes quote unquote colloquial, and then it actually uh, goes. It means the opposite of what it's supposed to mean. And I give you one example: the word literal should mean literal, not figurative. Literal and figurative are different things. They're opposite things. Like house literally got up on its feet and walked around. How? Can a house Yeah, if a house is like a robot and then it had like legs and then it could actually like, get on its like legs and walk around, that could be a literal thing. But often because we want to exaggerate the figurative aspect of it and really make it more fanatical or fantastical for the people, we say, oh, I literally just jumped off a building and landed on my feet like 10 stories,
Mm,
literally. But
good
that's
example.
not an accurate use of that word as an example.
Yeah, it's a great example. And that's even just the everyday fallacies of that process. Then you're adding all the engineering and the, how do you call it, double speak and banned word lists, and then a word that was used maybe for a racial group 50 years ago, perfectly acceptable, now is a slur, or supposedly, or all of these things. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, again, we want to say what we mean and mean what we say, and then try to be as accurate as possible. And I think this movement, let's just call it, towards truth, towards clarity, we need to kind of refine and be more or less immaculate with our speech. But that doesn't mean we're not going to slip up or we're going to use a vernacular that is kind of, more common to the way in which people like express themselves. It's just language, it's just the way it is. And again, if we go with the narrative that the language has been created and then there's been a kind of a diaspora of different languages that has occurred and the movement of people. And also like one of the last videos that you made with David, you're talking like basically David was I guess I would say like he was a little bit on a complaining mode, you know, whatever, I mean, but he was basically complaining about like, getting quite pedantic about like the guy was complaining that and David himself was saying like, well, there were people in America who didn't know English even right up to 1940s, and the guy said, well, that's absurd because like people were speaking in the 1950s, I guess 10 years off and stuff like this. But I can agree if we go with the narrative that like there's orphan trains and then these orphans were told, hey, you come from Ireland, you come from Italy, you come from Germany, and then they have no recollection of anything because they're just orphans, they're just children, and then they are all told like, hey, learn this language, and everybody's like told to learn this language called English, you know from early 1900s or whatnot, and then that's the programming that they're going to be set off on from that moment on. And that's same with French or German or Spanish or Portuguese, any of these other languages as well.
So just to give that one example, I'm not sure if this is already on a public slide, but David Ewing also showed that even, and everyone can look this up, I guess, after the Second World War or during that time, they had issues with the recruits or something in America because too many couldn't speak proper English, and they or had like programs to, or even these notices. When I first saw this, I was like, "What is this? Like, be patriotic, speak your proper English, and don't add syllables to the words or something." I was like, "What?" But then again,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, how much can we really remember? And just as we discussed before, you just need one generation orphaned. You tell them whatever when they're really young. I'm pretty sure also that's why the whole Jesuit idea comes from, or what they say, give your child to the church for the first 7 years. It shall belong to the church forever. Because, yeah, even if he doesn't become a priest, if he's brainwashed into the main ideas, that's it, that's enough. That's everything the pharaonic system wants. You can still vote for whatever party you like and move to whatever state you like. You're still contained within the same system.
Exactly. And then you're still going to put your hand on the Bible, and I'm not saying anything against the Bible. I'm just saying that that
But now
becomes you
imagine,
swearing.
and
you
now
know
imagine if it is correct, and it very much looks that way, that in the original Arabic it mentions several times how the then so-called Mohammedans are supposed to be, and I'm just quoting here, even killed in their mother's womb. And then consider how all of these individuals are swearing on that. I mean, oftentimes I really would love to know, even if they're just actors, I would always love to know, what do they really think themselves? What do they believe? Even though it's not the most important thing, but it's just been an interesting study. But imagine they're swearing on this. Let's say the Bible, if we take the working hypothesis, is a historical document, or partially, of course, altered, but historical document. And one of the things it includes apparently is the, now I'm saying it, how can I say it in a not too horrendous way, complete repopulation of Europe away from the Mohammedans. And then up to this day, you have US presidents and God knows who else literally swearing on that every time they enter into office. So just to pull up
Yep.
that idea, could it be that this is still the long-term agenda, even though it's not so super focused or directed, except now in the Middle East, for example, or in Ukraine? But could that be that this is still a multi-generational agenda, that for whatever reason these people are upset or something, or they just really don't like their cattle or whatever it is, that there still is this multi-generational resentment, let's say, against, for example, the peoples of Europe, or probably almost any country, even thinking of Korea now, even there you have the recent complete, I don't even know how to call these things, yeah. And I can only assume that anywhere where this happened in a larger extent were the places which were potentially the holdouts against the most progressive advances of the pharaonic system. That's also just a guess, but kind of looks like that.
I mean, like Korea is like really 70 years ago, 1950 to 1953, where the so-called Korean War happened, and it was devastating. Like for Koreans, obviously, and then I'm from Korea, and I know a little bit about this history, but like I was like, educated, let's say when I was in Korea about like Korea is like 4,000, 2000 BC, 4,000-year-old history or something like this, and all these East Asian countries are like being told the same thing. And I'm throwing every single one of those things out the window, all of it, really, like they don't know their history. They're just programmed in that way. And of course, there could be some people who are at the very top, who are part of the organization, who are Koreans themselves, may know something more about that history, but then they're just kind of rolling with the narrative. But Korea was completely devastated. And when I had a conversation with David, the Kyrgyzstanians, right, and the Koreans have the common ancestry. And I've always kind of wondered, like, man, where did these Asians come from? Like, from Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan and stuff like this. They used to be Soviet Union, and they are a little bit like Mongoloid types, and then of course they have a little bit of a different blood. I mean, they're not 100% East Asian, but you can see enough of that Asian blood in them to identify them as a Asian as well. And one more thing I want to kind of bring up is that in one of your discussions with David, like in the courts in Europe, or not in Europe, in England, in Wales, they were like basically saying that English will be the official language. Like that was like early 1900s or something like that. But like, do you remember this, Raphael? And then like the
Mhm.
English would be the official language, and then nobody else should be using any other language other than English as recently as like the early 1900s, something like to that effect.
Yes, and just simply by looking at it, it's just clear that it seems also that some of these documents themselves may be, altered or whatever, but just if you try to follow it up, it just doesn't make sense in terms of when was it decreed to speak which language where, and then, yeah, it just makes no sense, basically. Yeah. Or you can just tell that the common history about language evolution they tell you and the spread of languages has been forged. Yeah. And the one thing I wanted to ask you, and maybe that's too superficial, everyone excuse me, but is there any connection between Korea and Quran, or is that is it too superficial? Because that's of course the
I
other
don't
thing
know.
I'm wondering about with
I
all
think
these
there could be.
wars. Hmm. So
I think
basically,
there could
because
be. I
the
was thinking
question is
about this.
always, did the people, basically, maybe you could ask, this maybe the simple guideline, maybe not ultimate, but maybe a hint. Before any war, any major war in any country, did a lot of the people there wear a lot of headscarves? Basically, would be my first question, to try to heuristically determine if they may be, old world, uh, Essene holdouts, to use a neutral term, which had to be completely repopulated and re-educated because maybe they wouldn't so readily join the expanding pharaonic Vatican-driven system.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, I can say this. It's like in Korea, about 50% of the population is religious, and of that 50%, is going to be like 25% Buddhist and 25% Christians. Like you will not find anybody who is of the Islamic faith, and if there are, it will be like less than 0.1% of the population probably, and they might be like, a crypto Islamist, where they're just hiding their faith from the general public. And from what I remember, I think David was also mentioning that Japan used to be
Yes.
an Islamic country as well, like prior to this whole Shintoism, and Christianity also played a role in Japan. But go ahead.
Yes, well, here at least you can see it from the few pictures that are available from the clothing. Again, everyone recommended to check it out themselves. Simply the clothing around the end of the Second World War, they made like a demonstration, and there you can clearly see the modern way for the Japanese woman to dress, which would then be like a modern Western way. Then you have the new traditional way to dress, which is the kimono and the stuff we know, let's say. And then you have apparently the ancient way to dress or whatever. And she basically, on the one hand, you would say, oh, it's a ninja, but actually it's just like a burqa. I mean, it doesn't cover the whole face in that example. But yeah, and then you're like, ninja, burqa. And then I had to think back when he mentioned this to me, that many years ago, a friend made a joke about, oh, let's do a music video and we'll have a ninja close up, and it will be a woman, and then suddenly she will undress and she will tear the, what is it, the ninja dress of her face. Maybe I mentioned this before, yeah. And then she reveals a burqa underneath, and for some reason I found it incredibly funny. And now, but it's actually obvious it's just the same type of clothing, right? So I think that's a good example where one can clearly see there was a complete change in culture. And I think much of this is also official, that Japanese culture changed dramatically. Another potential indicator, aside from the clothing, because here we can at least try to assess something more concrete, yeah, is the whole idea with the pigs. Yeah. When did the whole pig farming start and all of that? And by now it's apparently a common dish in Japan, and famous is tonkatsu or something. Just like in Austria, you have Wiener Schnitzel, which is also just pork meat. Um, and yeah, it seems
Yep, don't get to. Yep,
these have also
it's
been
deep. It's the same thing.
yeah,
Sorry,
it
go
has
ahead.
also been popularized only very, very recently. But it's made to seem in Vienna for sure, oh, the Caesar ate this and it's so whatever, yeah, whatever they say, yeah. But again, it's just a recently implanted thing, and I have to ask the question why. Especially, maybe here we can also narrow it down a little bit more with pig meat. I'm not sure if this is like super official, but what's official, I think, is a genetic similarity, and also the general idea that maybe this is not the most healthy thing to eat a lot, yeah. And then just ask, why is this being pushed uh, on the populations, and also has been upended so recently? And could it be another indicator that before they had a different belief system or whatever, different ideology? And of course, then I'm not only upending the culture, but also the religion. And these two, of course, may well be connected, especially if, in the best case, a positive and useful religion actually gives you a template for the culture that you want to express. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give it to David, but before I do, I'll just say something real quick. In Korean, the word "don" means money, but also means pigs or pork. Like so, donkatsu is also similar in Japanese. Like don katsu is like this deep fried pork. The schnitzel stuff. It's very similar to. But one of the interesting things about pigs is that from the interview with David is that Ewing Jr. is that pigs were introduced. They weren't eating pigs prior to the World War II in Japan, and most likely in Korea and a lot of other places that they come from somewhere. And what was interesting is like what is there's two faiths in the world that are is against their religion to eat pigs. It's the Islamic faith, and then it's the Jewish faith. And then I'm not saying that this is the case, but like the story is that these pigs were magically transformed from humans some time ago. So they are basically humans that were transformed. And there's a lot of, I don't know, correlation between humans and pigs and all that. But I'm going to give it to you, Raphael, real quick. And then I want to go back to David, and I want to open it up to the next section where what is the solution? Like, I think this is one of the things that we should start to focus on a little bit, about like, okay, we know what we know. Okay, maybe we disagree a little bit about stuff, but that's fine. But like, where do we go from here? How should we proceed together? But Raphael, you want to respond to me about the pigs thing and Japan and this kind of stuff, and then we'll go to David afterwards.
Yeah, so on the basic idea, I can confirm just how you described it. All I can recommend is everyone watch the Miyazaki movie. I forgot which one, but at least in one or two, he's kind of, I think he's showing the transformation of it even or something like that.
Spirited Away.
Right.
Spirited Away.
And as we brought up before, of course, Shingeki no Kyojin, Attack Titan or Attack on Titan, and many other animes where, again, still to this day, I'm wondering, and like, how many of those are actually encoded old world stories, and why are they so strong, in particular coming out of Japan? So yeah, there's of course all kinds of rumors always as to who is really converting to what, who is crypto converting in which sense. But I just find it interesting that comparatively, it seems out of Japan, a lot of very interesting media is coming that oftentimes seems to incorporate such concepts, which we are now researching in a fantastical way. Yes, David.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And David, do you want to respond to anything that we're saying, and then we'll move on to the next part of it? Go ahead.
Yes. So the meat thing is very interesting. So for one thing, there were the Pythagoreans and even other, let's say, sects in the old times. Yeah, again, disclaimer, David Ewing Jr., I don't know if it's real, but that's what they're telling us, who did only eat like fruits, or others were like eating dates and there's this whole thing of not eating meat, and the Bible tells us
David,
don't
that's just
kill.
vegan propaganda, no?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not pulling this out my ass. I like eating meat.
Missionaria protectiva for veganism. No, I'm just because this is the theme today. But please go on.
I know. I heard so much shit from stupid people. It's ridiculous.
I don't really eat meat. A disclaimer, but still, could be.
I'm
Who
just
knows? I'm
trying to
being
address it,
brainwashed.
right? I eat meat, so don't talk shit to me about being a vegan or anything, right? But my body sure doesn't like meat, but I feel I got an addiction because it was introduced to me at a young age, and paired with emotional, how do you call that? Like, it was paired with nice memories and nice feelings. So it was like, it was made to be something special, eating meat by my parents, by the grandparents. It was nice cooking. It was always meat. So I was basically brainwashed into eating meat, and I'm pretty sure everyone else also was. So then people tell me, yes, we have been eating meat forever, and the ancestors, blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. Uh, in the cold climate, I understand you have to eat meat, but you also have to eat bread and milk and cheese, which, if you live in a warm climate, you will have health problems if you eat that shit. So I believe we came from a warmer climate and moved into this very, half of the year you can't even do anything. You have to eat like old bread and old meat and old cheese and old milk to even survive. So it's not like we would have moved here probably if it was voluntary. Either we were moved here or um, the climate suddenly changed, right? So I tried this with my own body, tried this, tried that. I feel best when I eat fruits. No, I'm not saying this is absolute or works for everyone, just for myself, but for me, basically, meat is like, it works like crack. So it gives me a high. It's very addictive to me. There's also a reason why they pair meat with salt and sugar all the time. Like, even if you eat bacon, it has salt and sugar in it. Check it out. You cannot find bacon without salt and sugar. It's just not available. So there's another thing that they add stuff to the meat, so people even eat it. So
But
I
that's how
know
you
that,
make
like,
crack. That's
it is
crack.
literally crack. It literally
That's
is
crack.
crack.
Fat. You need the roasting aroma. I'm not sure how you call it, like the roasted
Yeah,
thing when it's a little bit burned. Fat and sugar. These are the three things you need. Yeah.
exactly. So I have Christians in my face telling me that the Bible tells them to eat meat. Like ridiculous. And the same Christians, they go on and on for days about the satanic ritual abuse and the children abuse and all the eating of the shit, right? And the same people tell me they eat meat because of their stupid book is telling them to. and the same book is telling them to not kill. So I'm really angry with the Christians in that way, but it's probably true for all delusional religion fanatics. But anyway, the meat thing is crazy because today we have all the fast food restaurants, and we have more and more of the stuff coming out that they actually process human meat. We have cement manufacturing plants that they basically grind bones. So it looks like we have this whole sacrifice and harvesting industry. And there's two things that happen to, there's the bulk of material that is like leftover that no one wants to use. So they use obviously the blood, they use the brains probably and the organs, whatever, but they probably don't use all the muscle and the bones. So that goes into the cement plants, and in the fast food restaurants that becomes minced meat and becomes hamburger and so-called beef and becomes cement. So
just briefly, if people don't already think, I'm not gonna say it now,
one
that
second, right?
no,
Just check out who owns these companies, and then you
I
can
want to
tell me all
confirm
the
what you're
shit you
saying.
want.
No,
right?
no. What I want to say, so that's of course always a good thing, but I'm not sure who originally brought this up, but there are research on maps where you can see very strange proximity between things like golf courses and cement factories, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's the basic one, I think. So that's the number one. Then, of course, you have this whole question of what is the original so-called Roman cement. But at the very least, there are patents which involve the use of hemoglobin. Then, of course, officially it would be, I guess, bull blood or something. Probably that's also ritualistic in some sense, which would be used in the manufacturing of certain types of cement. This is perfectly official.
It's a patent. Yeah. They came up with a patent to normalize the use of literal blood in cement. So, think about what that
So
would
much
will
for
have.
Attack on Titan again, yeah?
It's
Please go on.
obvious, like it's pretty fucking obvious that they use cement manufacturing plants to process leftovers from some process that produces a lot of bodies, whatever that might be.
All right, Nach, I think it's back to you. We can proceed.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. So, like, I do not like vegans. I'm a vegetarian myself. I don't eat meat, but this is just based on, like, my moral principles of it. I've been with I call him my friend, but he's kind of been my teacher. This Ukrainian monk guy, for a number of years, and he was taught not to eat eggs. Definitely a vegetarian, but, like, we use ghee. I use ghee like every day for cooking. Okay, like, if people don't know what ghee is ghee is like a purified butter, right? It's a and you don't need to refrigerate it, and it's quite good for you. And then in one of the scriptures here, I've forgotten which one, they talk about how the ghee is like really an important part of like allowing your brain to have like good connectivity, and it develops the nerves and the neurons and stuff like this. I don't know how true that is, but that it is said in there. Anyways, but I think there's an agenda with the whole vegans. I think vegans themselves are quite like fascist, extreme, like, and I never really liked them from the get go. I was a vegan like for a year when I was in university, but had a horrible diet, like just eating spaghetti all the time. And not that wheat is all that good for you, especially in the West, though too. So, main thing I just want to say is that I don't care if you eat meat or drink coffee or drink alcohol. Just I think the main thing is just be aware what it is that you're consuming. It's also good to know where it's coming from and all the industry that is behind it. We understand like the factory farming industry is a pretty horrific business, right? And like not so much different from other types of businesses. They want to cut corners. They pump their animals up with pharmaceutical drugs and all this kind of stuff. So, for your own self, you know, be aware what it is to consuming. I'm not here to tell you, oh, don't smoke cigarettes or don't smoke or something. Just understand that, by doing so, you're doing something. That's all. Right. So then, unless people have any response to that, well, we can go on to the next segment. How do you
I'll
guys
just
feel?
I'll just very briefly, because you brought up smoking and it's my pet peeve topic, just to mention to anyone ever wondering,
Here we
also
go.
here there's completely different perspectives on what that actually is and what it does. And without getting into that now, I'll just say there is one very interesting article called Nicotine, the Zombie Antidote. Everyone can look it up easily. And aside from that, I just like everyone to notice again why there is so much energy being expounded, or how should I say, why the belief is so strong. But basically, before the last crisis, basically, if you went to a doctor, the only thing they were asking you, oh, did you smoke? Or, are you a smoker? No. Did you ever smoke? Yes, maybe. And then they were basically attributing everything to that and using it as a scapegoat excuse, and never really allowing people either to understand what it really does, and of course obfuscating all the much actual bigger real threats to their health, such as, diet, environment, so on and so forth. Just bringing it up because that is also hugely underreported, that there's actually different perspectives on what smoking actually is or does, or how dangerous it really is. Let's just call it like that.
Yeah,
We can go on.
let me respond real quick. And I agree with you, Raphael. And in the South America, from some of the shamans that I have spoken with, so-called shamans, let's put that in quotes, that they put nicotine at a very high, like they put it on a like it's more of an important of a drug, even compared to ayahuasca and other stuff. So it's like a considered like pretty important, you know, what is it, substance? Let's call it, David.
Mm.
Well, it's a mixture. Actually, it's a psychedelic mixed with the substance that allows it to enter your brain efficiently and have. If you ate the
No,
one
we're
plant,
talking about tobacco, I think, not ayahuasca, no? Nudge?
Tobacco. No, no, I'm like what I was talking about is that even compared to
Oh, right.
ayahuasca, it will
No,
be
actually,
considered
oh, right. Oh, compared. But yeah, no, David,
what?
you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted you. Please explain, because that's the point. It's a tobacco plant in
Wha-
ayahuasca.
Wait, sorry. So no, I'm sorry. Can you?
Yes. So I was trying to fit it together because I thought we're talking about tobacco and not saying, oh, tobacco is, or nicotine, as important, more important than ayahuasca, but just now remembered, if I have this right, that actually the ayahuasca brew is one type liane. I'm not sure how to say it in English, like what's hanging from the tree or whatever. And one
like a
side is a vine,
like
yes.
a vein, vine, yeah.
Fine, yes. And the other thing actually is a tobacco plant, if I got that right. Please correct me.
Well, okay. So there's three things, and so normally, what you call ayahuasca is a potion that has two elements. One is contains DMT, which doesn't have to be a vine. It can be basically DMT is in every okay. This sounds
Right.
ridiculous, right? But
Yeah, but it's true.
like you can find plants that
There's
contain
DMT in you.
No. Let's just come on. Let me finish. You can find plants that contain DMT everywhere around the world, but they look different. They're not all vines, obviously, but for example, in Europe, it is called it's a little grass that is in swampy, wet habitats, right? In the jungle, it's a vine, but you find plants that contain DMT in extractable significant amounts. So now that's the one part to ayahuasca. But you eat that, you smoke that, you will not have an effect because the body has a certain enzyme that breaks down the DMT that enters externally, which is called MAO. Something oxidase, where it's called MAO. Now, so the other plant that you need for ayahuasca to work is called an MAO inhibitor, which inhibits this enzyme so that the ayahuasca, or like the DMT in the ayahuasca, can enter the bloodstream and have an effect in the brain. So to do a brew that you would call ayahuasca, you take one plant that has DMT and you take one plant that has a DMT inhibitor compound, the enzyme inhibitor. So you put that together and it has the effect of ayahuasca. Now, the tobacco is, I guess, a third element that well, someone in the chat said you add tobacco to it to make it more purgative, which basically means tobacco is a toxin and purgative means you puke. So ayahuasca already makes you puke. So I don't really get the point of making it more pukeable. But in any way, like tobacco contains like if you eat tobacco, you get blue in the face and you die if it's too much. Like it's a literal toxin, it's lethal. I have seen children eat tobacco from the tobacco pouch of their dad, and they were like white in the face for 3 days. I was there, right? And they survived it, but it wasn't pretty. So adding tobacco to a brew that you drink, I don't think is responsible. Whatever, they're shamans, right? They know what they're doing.
And also from what I see
So
here,
for
this
ayahuasca, you don't need tobacco. It's just kind of a bonus to make you puke more.
all right. Well, in any
Raphael,
case,
what were you saying?
yes, no. In any case, so anyhow, back to the point. So because just this was one of the versions how I was told that this actually is a central ingredient. Now I'm looking it up online, but who knows how much correlation there is between what's in Wikipedia and whatever shaman I spoke to did. But thanks for explaining, David. I think we're good to move on. And just to reiterate your main point, Nudge, that yes, here it says about Mapacho, but that tobacco, of course, has high importance in traditional usages among various native populations as well.
Yeah, that was what I was trying to get at. But I mean, we can talk about DMT. I watched an interesting interview today with this guy by the name of Andrew Gillimore. He's like a chemist out of England, and he is doing like really like next level experiments with DMT. That there's the book called The Spirit Molecule, and how they experimented with the DMT stuff, and then he's going to the next level with that. So that was kind of interesting talk that he had over there. But one of the things that I was kind of interested in trying to dive into that we didn't really have a lot of time before is about possible solutions. So I don't know which directions that you guys are wanting to go. We can go into the DMT direction, or we can go talk about like solutions and stuff. Maybe DMT is the solution. Who knows, right?
I wanted to touch quickly on the pet peeves and vices and stuff. So, and we were coming from meat to tobacco to ayahuasca, which is like that escalated quickly. So let me just get a word in
Okay.
on that. So like I've been experimenting with a lot of fasting and diet because I was once living outside in the countryside, and I saw this cow laying out in the grass at minus 10 degrees Celsius, naked, chewing grass, totally relaxed, not cold. And I was out in 3 jackets, and I thought, I'm doing something wrong. So that really got me thinking about what can I improve so I'm not always cold, and what do I eat, what do I not eat, right? For example, I figured out if I don't drink coffee, I'm not always cold. And that worked, right? If I don't always eat dairy products, I don't have stinky feet. It's great. Took me 7 years to get to that point, but it's like all experimentation and all that. And so with the meat, the same. Like I tried eat meat from the store. I had my own chickens. I butchered my own chickens. Tried that. Right? Tried no meat, this meat, that meat. In the end, I have to say, my body doesn't really like the meat, but sometimes it's like a pick me up. It's like drinking a coffee, but I can handle meat better than coffee, I guess. But it's still crack. So, but I wouldn't be under any illusions of saying I did it because of it in any book. I think one of the solutions is to take full responsibility for your actions. Like if you eat meat, just fucking admit meat eating is, you do it because you fucking want to, not because some book is telling you. I mean, if it's written in some book saying you need to jump off the next cliff, you wouldn't do it, right? But if it says you have to eat meat,
Maybe some people will.
then it's yeah,
You
some
know.
people will, but most people won't. But if the book is telling you, oh, lay in bed all day and eat meat, then people will say, oh, I'm just doing it because of the book. That is so disingenuous. It makes me puke. Like really, I think it's the first step to take responsibility for what you're doing. I killed a lot of, well, not a lot, but like I killed 5 chickens, I guess, with my own hands to get to that conclusion that that's not the solution to have your own chickens. And I killed them, and I'm not proud of it, but I did it because I had some ideas in my head, and I guess I needed to find out if that was true, and I had to get to that point. Like life is, we fuck around and we find out. So, and I will probably get to eating no meat eventually if I get rid of that addiction. I know I will feel better, but in the meantime, I will probably from time to time eat some meat. So I'm definitely not a vegan or a vegetarian, but from the mindset, I would like to be, but just because I have done experimentation. So, but I know every time I eat meat, animals die a horrible death, right? It's not, that doesn't go away. So I have to deal with that too, and I know that. So I think it's important, whatever we do, to not shy away from the consequences, to not put our head in the sand and pretend it didn't happen. Like you do things happen in the world. You walk, like the old anti-vegan trope, you you walk across a field and you kill a bunch of bugs because you step on them, right? Yeah, it's true. You can't argue with that. Sure, it's true. So
Yep.
I think that, like, to segue into solutions, right? I think that's an important step, taking responsibility in a very practical sense and not rationalize away what you're doing and argue it away by pointing to some old books. Because if that was the case, you would do a lot of shit that's all in these books and you're not doing it. So that clearly isn't true.
Yeah. So just yeah, I agree with you, and I think acknowledgement and taking responsibility is an important step. So let's clearly define a little bit. Like first of all, in order to talk about solutions, I think we have to kind of have an understanding of like, hey, what are the some of the major problems? And I kind of like divide problems into couple categories. Like, one category is like problems are there. Yes, we understand, but there's nothing that we seem to be able to do about it at the moment or something like this. And maybe there are some more practical things that we can do for some of the problems that are there. So, how do you guys want to run with it? I think this is kind of like tied in with like the trying to understand like what some of the possible solutions could be. Raphael, let's go with you first and then,
I'm
David.
not sure how to respond. I'll let David go first.
Okay.
Okay, so like I've been going deep into the whole psychology rabbit hole with Michael Tessarion, and I realized how much disconnected I am from the world, just my own body, and just, I mean, just other people, just everything. How much of a artificial layer I've built. Like basically I'm wrapped in plastic of ideas about the world. And so for me, I had to start a process of getting in touch with the world again in some ways. Well, for me, it was really looking at all the misconceptions and testing them to see if they are true. That was like my first step, like just questioning everything and then seeing what isn't true, throw it away, and finding the things that were true, if there were any, just like as a housekeeping event, or that's an ongoing process for over 10 years. But it's also a mindset I get into, and that has been very very helpful. Although of course you don't take it, I can't take it too fast because it can be overwhelming. And then that makes room for me to find new things that I can then test right away, and not just test them 30 years later, right, when they have been ingrained into my subconsciousness. So while I'm busy throwing out the old stuff, I make room for new stuff that I can then test right away, and see if it's actually true or it's just some manipulative idea. So I think that's a good start as a general pattern. And without going to specifics, I mean, obviously it's good to also physically get in touch with the creation, what we generally call nature, also with other people. I mean, everything consensual, of course, but just like to counter that trend of isolation that we basically we are incentivized to retreat into these isolated apartments and cars and rubber soled shoes, and we're like isolated from an electrical living world that is just there and working and synchronized all over, complex and beautiful. And we're like walking around like in a glass box, and kind of making us apart from it. So I think in whatever way one can find, try to find a way to go to reverse that direction and try to go back to getting in touch in it again. It doesn't really matter how, like could be poetry, could be painting, observation, gardening, martial arts, mountain biking. It's more the intention, I think. So that's like to kick this off. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that's a good start for I think, people to like I think for me, people should probably examine what kind of lives that they're living. And and try to see the pros and the cons of all that which they're consuming, like in terms of movies or videos or whatever it is, because like, every portal is a form of consumption, not only through your mouth, but through the ears and the eyes, the nose and all this kind of stuff. And then try to evaluate what it is that we are consuming, where does our attention is going. So putting focus on, um, what you're saying about like cultivating interests, I think that's great. And having a passion towards something, I think it's important. And trying to understand, how that's going to benefit you, yourself, and your community and and humanity also is probably could be a you know a factor, right? So I don't know, like it's not there's not a formula or like one size fits all type of answer to everything, but I think it's important for people to just examine what the hell is going on in general.
So maybe to give one answer in terms of potential solutions, or not even saying anyone should do that now, but just as one potential option, which is both generic and explicit, is just the idea of detoxification, or the removal of parasites. So we could apply this both to belief systems, learning from as many sources as possible, making up your own understanding, and therefore looking through all kinds of bullshit illusions, whether historical, present, religious, spacey, or whatever it could be, cultural, money, I don't know what else, um, on that level. And the same thing, detoxification and removal of parasites on a bodily level. Many people are not very aware of this, but this is apparently much more widespread than even I would have believed before learning more about this. And why I'm mentioning these things, of course, in the mental sphere, one can go as far as one is able to and has capacity for, or time, or whatever it is, insight. But the bodily thing is something that you can experiment with yourself and also have very direct and very concrete feedback, because the next day you can always tell if you're feeling better or not, or the next week, because sometimes detoxification also has processes which may not be the most wonderful to experience, let's say. But that's, I think, something very concrete. In a way, I would recommend everyone, at least, let's say, to consider, because the better my own body functions, the more energy I will have to even contemplate any kinds of ideas, which is also why most people are not interested in the type of research that we and the chat is interested in and the viewers are interested in, because most people simply can't even get the voltage up, in that analogy, within their system to be able to even contemplate these varying, potentially conflicting ideas at the same time. So even here, I see it very much connected, that if people were functioning properly and their body and their voltage, cell voltage, however you want to see it, was up and up, then they basically wouldn't do what David mentioned initially. They wouldn't have to go into I'm playing dead paralysis mode, because they would have the energy capacity within their body, within their system, to act in their own interest, and even understand what that is properly, because they have the energy to perceive properly and then to act properly. So yeah, if I would say one thing, it would probably be this idea of detoxification. And even with the parasites in the body, the parasites, as I understand, have a function. So I can't even say, "Ooh, I have the evil Stargate Goa'uld inside of me, tear it out." It's probably there because I've been eating too much sugar or whatever other really, really bad habits, and it's actually helping me to balance that out. So even here, we don't have to get into a war mode, but simply consider the system as a whole, understand what do I change. And then I think in most cases, although we do have many symbiotic relationships with all the bacteria and all of that, this then also shifts, and then your body just has a different composition, and I think ultimately can become a better receiver for your own signal of consciousness, or however one wants to define that. So yeah, I think that's something very practical everyone can do, is just to eat and drink and live ultimately as clean as possible, whatever that means for themselves specifically. But again, at least for the body part, that's something you can verify for yourself. Am I depressed all the time? You know, all of these things. I think that's something that's a very individual path, but also that you can really track for yourself on point. No need to rely on any priest to confirm it for you, or any doctor. So maybe that's something practical where we, for once we can mention something which is not somewhere out there where we can maybe believe a scripture or something or not, but something you can really check in with yourself every day and track your progress over a period of time.
Yeah. David, did you want to say something?
Yeah, it's just those are great points, and really, really good. So from my own experience, I was I was living on so much sugar and dairy and meat, and just the most terrible diet you can imagine, that and coffee, I didn't really notice how I was losing my energy, because as soon as I would feel a little bit tired, I drink more coffee. So when I finally stopped drinking coffee, obviously my adrenals were shot, and I had no energy left whatsoever. So, and I tried to get rid of the dairy and the meat and the sugar, and so I had even less coffee because I was getting rid of all the stimulants at once. So that didn't really work. So then you get this whole yo-yo effect where you oscillate between binging on terrible stuff and then feeling terrible and then trying to get it out of your system and get lighter again. So this, because when people try to make change, they usually want to make the change quickly and then become impatient. I was just the same. Everyone tells you to take it slow, but you can't take it slow because you want to change. So eventually I realized, okay, so you do have to take it slow because it's overwhelming and you never get anywhere. And so for me, it really helped this intention of connecting to nature, even just in thoughts. And then I noticed over time, that was like 2018 when I did start in earnest, really. I noticed over time that I would have more energy. Oh, well, let's put it that way. I have less craving for sugar over time, but that took a few years. I had less craving for like super hardcore binging, the worst food, and suddenly I had more. Sometimes it would just like, oh, let's just eat some nuts, or let's just eat some spinach, or let's just make a smoothie. And so my cravings would slowly change, like almost when I had almost given up hope, and it was just like, well, whatever, let me just take these supplements, and maybe something happens, maybe nothing happens. So I would just try anything and everything. And so slowly over time, actually, my the cravings changed, and that was like what Raphael said is, yes, the parasites are there, but they have a function. They encapsulate toxins. So also, if you just go after the parasite,
yeah.
you're not.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not doing yourself a favor, because you just kill them. They release the toxins, and you just be terrible. You get headaches and stuff. So instead, if you give your body the energy, and you slowly change your diet, you change the environment the parasites live in, they can't thrive in that. Also, they have less to do. So over time, they reproduce less and less, and they just age and die, and they get flushed out by the system that now has the energy to deal with it. And there's also not the environment anymore that they can reproduce, right? They still lay eggs, but their eggs can't really are not as fertile as much in the environment. So change the environment over time is the more pleasant way of doing this. Also, you have more energy in that process.
It's more sustainable, yes.
It's more sustainable, and it's less depressing, it's less hopeless. So you really feel a progress, although it's very slow. The one thing you need to learn to do this is to learn patience. That is really no way around that, because nature works slowly. unfortunately, especially if you come out of a deep hole like that, you look at a exponential curve, and it looks like a horizontal line for a long time, really long time, and then eventually it starts to grow slowly, and at some point it goes like vertical. That's how nature works. Like, so patience is part of that journey of solutions. That is just there's no way around that, because the exponential curve is just how nature grows.
That statement is probably more true than many people would like to
Yeah,
believe.
I'm sorry that's the case. I hate it
But
the
applies
most.
to so
I
many
had to,
things, applies to so many
yeah,
things, yeah? The
I had to come to
detoxification
terms
of
with
the
that.
world.
So when I'm saying that, it's not because I want to say that. It's more like, sorry guys, really tried to find another way, but I didn't find it, and I tried for like 10 years or so.
Yeah, I mean, like, things are interconnected, like, the way, this idea of, like, meditation or vipassana, like, it's not just about sitting and meditating, but having the right diet and having the right practice, and, these are all contributing towards the quality of that meditation. So, being able to think clearly about the world and, of I don't know, this reality is, going to be very much entangled with, what kind of lifestyle that we're gonna have, right? So, you can't just go and say, "Oh, I'm gonna get drunk and I'm gonna do all these drugs and do substances and stuff like that," and, and be able to see reality clearly. I don't know, or I don't really think that's gonna be the case, but I think that's part of the issue, of, like, because people don't seem to really care. Like, one of the things that David, Ewing was kinda complaining about, in my mind, was like, you offer people information and they don't show any interest. Like, you talk about, let's say, for example, like, I'm not saying you guys, have to, agree with this, but I'm a flat earther. I like, people don't like that term. Okay, I'm a flat earther. I don't believe in the globe. Okay, let's just say it that way. I'm a Mandela affected person. And then when you offer this information to somebody who is quote unquote a normie, one of the first, like, 9 out of 10 times, they're gonna be, like, rejecting that information, just right out. Why? Because that's not how they were programmed, and that's not what they learned, so it goes against their narrative that, "Oh, no, like, that's not what, I believe, that's not what I've been taught," etcetera, etcetera. And then, but then, they've already put themselves in a position where they don't wanna agree with you. They've already said, "No, the Earth is, a globe. That's what I've been
It
told, and I'm gonna
really
stick
is,
with
and
that,"
I'm not
right?
meaning to insult anyone, but and not even saying one is more true or anything, but fundamentally, this type of behavior of outright rejection really is, I want to say, arrested development. And of course, also this is deliberate and engineered. Just because I recently heard someone talking about the recent crisis and saying that, yeah, the children looked for guidance, and they were, of course, in a sense, if you want to say, one of the biggest victims, quote unquote, and they look for the parents for guidance, but the parents themselves were behaved, I don't even want to say childish, but behaving in a, yeah, arrested development sense, which, as far as I understand from what I remember about Michael Tessarian, he talks about a lot as well, is this whole idea of industrially arresting the development of whole populations so that they can remain to be controlled. And you have the old saying, Mother Church and Father State, or reverse it however you like, Mother Russia, whatever.
Yeah, so, like, I think that plays into their hands a little bit more, to the people who, initiated the programming of, like, they want people to, not evolve. They want people to be in that state of arrested development, because then it kind of perpetuates exactly what they want. What when you look at the elites,
But
right,
it
and
could
then
also
you,
mean they
if
are
you
really afraid, or it could also mean, because if we put it in reverse, how powerful would a human that is allowed to naturally develop or whatever, or express themselves freely, how powerful would they be? Must be pretty powerful, or they wouldn't take such great care of quote unquote arresting everyone's development on all fronts. You see what I'm saying?
yeah. I 100% agree with that. Absolutely. And I think humanity and human beings and individuals are much more powerful than they give themselves credit for. And that's part of the reason why. and maybe one of the main reasons as to why, that they spend so much time and effort and energy and resources to program. I mean, like they bought out, they own all the media, right? What is the job of the media? To give you some perspective of what's going on, and they do all this kind of, you know, missionera protectiva stuff, though too. You know, the our reality version of that. I mean, that's happening. You know, and you know, all these printing presses, though too. I mean, like they had to spend a lot of time, and they had to hire very intelligent people who were able to, you know, read backwards, not make mistakes on, you know, the words that they're going to formulate, and do the printing presses and all this kind of stuff. A tremendous amount of resources for these printing presses, right? So, you know, we are very powerful people. You know, I believe that for sure. And then, you know, maybe part of the solution is try to wake up as much as we possibly can to the nature of this reality. And because if that is what if that is what they're afraid of, then that's what we should be doing. You know, David, what do you think about that?
Sounds logical.
Yeah, I mean, this whole, I guess the vegan topic is like a prime example of sowing confusion into something and perverting it. I want to give an example. So it's very controversial, right? I know coming from Germany in the 1900s, supposedly there was this whole movement towards nature, and you know, the nudist movement and the naturalist movement, the hydrotherapy, basically water fasting, airing out your skin, just being naked. It was all these things that were talked about and written books about. You can find it as basically under the umbrella term of natural hygiene, which just means like finding out what your body really needs in terms of not what you need to put into it, but like what is the minimum that it needs to actually thrive, right? And that includes a lot of fasting, water fasting, dry fasting, juice fasting, tea fasting, and so on. So that whole movement, what came out of it in terms of diet was vegetarianism. But when that happened, vegetarianism was actually not including grains and not including dairy. So it was like it doesn't exist anymore. It's like today we call that like raw vegan, plant based or something, right? It's like a complete complicated term. But back then it was just like, yeah, bro, it's plants. Like it's not grains, it's not seeds, it's not fucking animal secretions. It's veganism because vegetarianism, because vegetation, it means plants. Vegetation, vegetal, right? So and then the industries came in and got like the grain industry came in and was like, hey, we want a piece of that. We're like we're plants too. We're not meat. You don't like meat? Well, we're plants too. Okay. And then the dairy industry got in and were like, yeah, we're not meat. We're not meat. We're not plants, but we're not meat. So let us include our stuff. So it was just marketing. So then vegetarianism became plants and grains and dairy and eggs. But that was just marketing. Originally, it wasn't like that. So then a few years on, people were like, you know what, all this dairy stuff, I don't really, my body can't take it. And so then was it moved to veganism. Now, veganism still included grain for some weird reason, right? Doesn't make sense, but okay. And all these like surrogate substances and all the chemical concoctions, as long as not meat or as long as not any animal product, basically veganism nowadays, you can throw any chemical you like into it as long as not from an animal, it's vegan, right? So it's a complete psyop. And I don't like people telling me, oh, veganism is a psyop. Yeah, it's a psyop, but not the way you think it is. It's not. The original veganism was called vegetarianism, and it included only plants, no chemicals, no grains, no dairy, no eggs. So it is a psyop, but it's a little bit different psyop than people think. And so it's like a 3-layered psyop. So in that way, we can really, it's a good template to look at, right? I'm not endorsing it or condoning it. I'm just showing, like, at this example, this is how we get played. They take something that works and is really great, they throw a war at it, and then everyone is super confused, and then they manufacture the agenda they want. They keep the label, or maybe they change the label and they add all the toxins into it. So then basically it's a bait and switch. And of course, in the process, they make the grains toxic and the eggs toxic. And so everyone is just completely confused. After 100 years, no one knows what's what. And you have everyone on TikTok fighting with each other, right?
Could be. I mean, like, I can't be on TikTok, for, like, India, they banned it somehow, and, people do send me TikTok stuff, but, I can't, make an account, so but, do people fight on TikTok, often? Is that a platform where
Well,
people,
I'm not on TikTok, but I see, the TikTok is so popular that everyone does like derivative content and just copies it off TikTok and puts it on X and on Telegram. So it's just most content on TikTok, as far as I can see, is just so very polarizing, right? And so they rather go for the polarizing optics and sentiment than go through the truth, go to try to get to the truth, because it's not like a 2-hour YouTube video where you can do a deep dive. It's just like a 40-second clip that tries to get your attention, get you excited, or get you angry to share it for whatever reason. That's all it is. So it's like my point is like it reaches these platforms that are manufactured to manufacture fighting. They are not about truth. The incentive structure that these platforms contain, the psychological model behind them, is not incentivizing finding truth. It's incentivizing being angry or being emotional. And right, that's why I bring up TikTok. It's true for any social platform. It's like Facebook, YouTube, it's all the same.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And what about this idea of trying to, I don't know, convince people that they should care about this kind of stuff, you know? Like, how do we, I mean, like, okay, you can't make the horse drink water, but what is the best strategy to try to convince a horse to drink the water? Because, the water is pure, the water is fresh, and the horse needs it. You can't force it to drink, but sometimes really feel like you should force the horse to drink, but we know that's not the right way to go about it. So, what is the best way to entice the horse to drink the water of truth?
Raphael, can I go on that?
Please.
So, literally, if you train with animals, you give them, you demonstrate. Like, if you wanted to get the horse to drink the water, you would drink the water and then be happy, right? Of course, depending how smart the horse is, you would notice if you're pretending. So what you really want to do is try to find the right thing and then do it. And because it's the right thing, it will do you good, and you will start radiating the good results. And then people will notice that and ask you about it, or just imitate you. And and if it's really true and they discern that you're not bullshitting them, then they will follow you. I mean, not follow you, but follow your behavior that obviously is giving you good results. So that's my take on that. I mean, you can talk about it when you ask usually, but it's like there's like this unwritten rule that if you proselytize, like if you try to sell people on shit, they will just shut down. But if you are asked about something, then there's already curiosity. There's a question, so people then are more interested and don't have the barriers up, right? And I mean, it's the greatest thing if people are curious and discerning. That's awesome, because then there will be a dialogue and an exchange of notes and experiences, and they'll be like, oh, I did that what you're doing, but it didn't work for me. And then you can have a conversation. Oh, can you tell me how did you do that, or in what situation, what were other factors? And and we can then the learning is happening, right?
Yeah, Raphael.
Yeah, so David gave the proper answer. I would have just said, well, I wasn't thinking of all these things that are possible. I would have just said, I'm just gonna smile at the horse. There's nothing more to do. But ultimately, in a way, the process that David just described now also reflects that, because I can only smile if I'm feeling good enough, at least. Yeah. So in that sense, maybe it
Right.
reconnects with that idea. But yeah, David, I think, gave the proper answer.
What about
Raphael is right.
this
Yeah.
idea? Go ahead, David. What
No,
were you saying?
that was great. That was a great answer. Like, Raphael demonstrated it, and I explained it, because there's different people. Some can just, look at the smiling horse and then just do what the smiling horse is doing, right? Other people have the question, like, why is the horse smiling? I need to find out. And they approach it with a mental facility. Others approach it with an intuitive facility. So we're
Yeah,
all different.
simply put, we would say lead by example.
Yes.
Lead by example, right? But what do you guys think about like homesteading and community as a potential solution for some people? Like I'm talking with a friend of mine here. She was in the chat. Her name is Mindful Exposures, and we've been getting together to talk about like possible community building slash homesteading type of situation. And some of us believe that maybe that's the only direction for us to go to try to get away from the system, et cetera, et cetera. What are your thoughts on this?
Who goes first?
You go ahead.
Anybody?
Okay, so I have the impression, or maybe it's just a hope I'm holding on to or whatever, that there will be all sorts of, for lack of a better term, hybrid solutions and third path solutions. I don't, maybe I'm wrong, maybe not. I guess we'll see. And in terms of creating communities, we could talk very long about this. I'll just give one reference of a guy that was visiting dozens of communities over several years, and at the end he said, well, out of these 100 or so, there were maybe 2 where he himself would have wanted to stay. However, at the same time, I would say everything is possible, and definitely self-organization individually and then together, usually you would have a spouse or whatever in the traditional model, or larger family, which has been also thoroughly destroyed in the West, at least. This would be the natural thing. Wouldn't even wonder about this because the cousin has a house and the farm and all of that, right? Like it still may be in certain cultures and countries. But then aside from that, I would say everything is possible. It all depends 100% on the level of consciousness of the main participants. That's really the core of the thing. There's 100,000 things to say about potential organizational mechanisms and psychological details, but I think the base answer is 100% depends on the consciousness of the individuals. If they're really up for it and can communicate and all of that, then great things can be done. If not, I wouldn't even start. I would recommend spending the time differently. Meanwhile,
Yeah, David.
Yeah, well, I mean, walk the walk the talk, is just a great way to summarize it, and lead by example. But the real question is, I think, when we talk about solutions, I think is like a motto of the Team Rabbit Hole, is like find the others, because eventually, if you just realize everything is bullshit, and as you're just immersed in lies, and the whole culture and the world, everything you've been taught is lies, that can be very crushing. It can be devastating to anyone. I mean, it is to me. And I'm probably not the strongest person in the room, so I understand that this is like a very bad situation to get yourself in. If you're like, oh, I want to come to the truth, I want to come to the truth. Yeah, great. Now, when you found the truth, you just realize it's not pretty. So it's also important to keep your sanity, and not to end up in a dark hole. To think about that, have, or find people that you can talk to, that will not call you crazy, and make that a point on your agenda, to not just try to go it alone and isolate yourself more and more and more, because that's just making it harder. Um, so yeah, I just want to add that I'm not sure that was part of what the question was, but it just came to me when you asked that. So I think it is probably in some way related.
Um, yeah, I mean, I think, whether people isolate themselves in the middle of a mountain or in the middle of a city is no different. This sense of like, oh, I can't relate to anybody. Everybody's an NPC. Nobody will understand me is quite nihilistic, solipsistic way of looking at the world, and it can be very depressing that way. And I think this is why it's important, at least for me, to build bridges, right, with people, and that's why we are having this conversation with you guys, and we do seem to be like kind of aligned in terms of like, we don't have to fully 100% agree about everything, but at least we have some concern about, what this world is about and what's happening in this world, and we want to know as much as we possibly can about why things are happening the way they are. And I feel like the way we kind of look at this world is like we're kind of systems people. Like I think in this terms, like I'm kind of like messy, like in my physical reality, but like I try to be as structured as possible in my mind about like how things are organized. And to me, trying like maybe this is a little bit of an obsession with myself, but maybe you guys are the same way. But like I need to know. I need to know the truth of this reality, and if without that, like, I feel like I have no purpose in a way. Like, I feel like, and then to try to get to that point of trying to understand what the quote unquote solution is, I have to understand the problem, and I cannot avert my eyes to the actual problem and cover myself in like a blanket and then distract myself and divert myself and my attention on funny things too, try to run away from the actual problems of this world. I have to see and look at the problems like into the eyes of it, and see it for what it is. And that way, I feel like I have a better grasp of what is happening in the world.
So, without laying it on anyone, I recently heard this concept and I find it intriguing to say the very least. Everyone listening, consider for yourselves as to what extent, and I'm not even putting this on any scale because this is also highly subjective, whatever type of trauma you went through actually gave you the motivation, for lack of a better term, to develop yourself, and then potentially through your actions and all of what we discussed, quote unquote, change your environment, put yourself in a different environment, allow a different environment for others. So even here, oftentimes I think things that may on the surface seem not ideal may actually end up giving great energy to a certain, just like you said, purpose. So yeah, I just wanted to bring it up because I recently heard that concept and was like, that's actually pretty interesting. What would happen, because you talk about issues and not averting it and so on, what would happen if everyone would be living a rich, spoiled life, whatever this means? Probably wouldn't be so quickly to notice that, oh, there's a beggar down the street or whatever it would be, just to keep it on a simple level of an example. So even here, maybe to see that this is a great benefit in certain ways. And then, yeah, ultimately where this drive comes from or what the purpose ultimately is, because I feel similar in a way to you, Naj. I just want to know or need to know. I don't know. They say on the CIA it's on a need to know basis. Well, I need to know now. The Cosmic Intelligence Agency. Um, or yeah,
Yeah.
I also can't really explain it. And maybe this would be the other question. If we were all living and dressed in wool and silk, maybe we even wouldn't have to question what the purpose is, because it would just be all comfortable and everything. And then of course the next question is, what is the purpose? Is this whole reality holodeck a training ground for this particular scenario? Another part of the question. Yeah, but yeah, at least from the very limited perspective that I can see, it's definitely worth changing yourself to the way that you want yourself to be. Change your environment is changing in step. Usually it's shifting. And yeah, I just somehow prefer that. But ultimately I couldn't even tell you, what is where is this idea coming from that you really want to know? I don't know ultimately, but I guess we'll just use it to, I don't know, spread the information and awareness as much as possible. And other than that, I can just say we'll see how far we can take this, you know.
Yeah, for sure. David?
Yeah, so I've just saw a few things in the chat that I think is really worth mentioning. I'll put something in there. So someone brought up the comfort zone, and I think that's really important. It can be a trap if you go too fast, but I think it is super important to learn to leave your comfort zone. I think personally it's important to do that in baby steps, because leaving a comfort zone is already a big task. So not to kill yourself doing it, I think is important. What it really means is growing up, becoming an adult, becoming leaving a comfort zone and becoming confident and leaving it for longer and longer periods of time, and then just coming back to it to regenerate, and then being out in the world with something that I'm learning. And I think that's what it means to grow into a full human, right? To stop, get out of that infantilized mindset that we have been indoctrinated with. And the other thing that I think is related to that, I got this from Michael Teixeira, and I thought it was very funny but very true, and it's like so his character to say that. He said, "Learn to say no, and you're well on your way to enlightenment." And I thought, yeah, that's so Michael, but I think it's also very true, because it comes down to self-love and taking care of your needs, and not to be steamrolled by other people or manipulated. Just learn to say no, get comfortable with saying no. Also something I'm learning. And yeah, I think those two things are kind of a high level template maybe to solutions, I guess. Doing that
Well,
will get you in the
yeah.
mindset and get you close to the actual practical specific solution. They will just find you, or you will find them, I guess, by following this pattern. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, and I think part of the reason why that is a potential solution is that we are, like, programmed to say yes. We are programmed to be the yes man or the team player,
Yeah.
all the time, and so, people accept, oh, because it's working by consent. So, like, if people just accept, yes, 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 you're right, and I follow you and stuff like this, then you don't know where that's gonna lead you. So by saying no, as a kind of an initial step, allows you to kind of take a step back and see what it is that you're a part of, so that you're not contributing to the miseries of this world, really what it comes down to. But uh, having said that, I would say, like, if you're the type of individual who say no all the time, like as a default, then maybe your answer to your situation is to say yes a little bit more. So it becomes like a little bit of like a balance type of thing. Like if you're on too much of a yes, like a kind of a doormat, allowing people to step on you, and then just like you want to be friends with everybody, then yeah, saying no becomes a kind of a good solution towards that. But if you're the type of cynic who says no to everything, and you're like skeptical about everything, which as we should be in a way, but maybe saying yes a little bit more is a solution towards that though too. Finding a balance. Really what it comes
Mm.
down to.
Yeah, that's a good point, to not make this too overly generalized. You're right. I think when we look into trauma literature, we find two types of people. I mean, there's more, but the two general direction. One is who always has to be around people. You can't be without people, and this type will probably benefit from saying no more, because being with people is his comfort zone. And then there's this other type who is usually isolates himself from people, and that is his comfort zone. That's that type, that is the isolationist type, and that type will probably benefit from saying yes sometimes, because that is for him leaving the comfort zone. So yeah, if we unpack that, you're absolutely right. There's different types of people, and the comfort zone is not, it's different for everyone. That's why I put these two together. So leaving a comfort zone can be saying yes or can be saying no. I meant the no more and towards the like going with the mainstream. So like but yes, you're right. If you're already the complete outsider, maybe it can be interesting for you to get a little bit closer to the crowd and see what's going on there, just for learning, baby steps, just check it out. But if you're always like 100% attached on the hip to the crowd, then maybe it's interesting for you and to try to get away from that a little bit and see what experience you can make there. So
Yeah. So, how are you guys doing? Like, how are you guys doing for time? You guys need a break? Because I do kind of want to ask a question about maybe psychedelics and DMT and stuff. Like, if you guys want to talk about this, have you guys experimented with this? What are your experiences with it? I'm just out of curiosity.
I'd like to take a few minutes. I want to fill up my smoothie.
Okay.
If we can
So
do that.
question is, we want to continue now or continue another time? Do we have a
Like, how are
as
you guys? Well, the first question is, how are you guys doing with time? Like, are you guys in need of exiting out of here soon? Like, how much more time do you guys have?
I got another 2 hours, I guess. I just would like a break, but I'm good for
Okay,
going on.
Raphael, how are you doing?
I'll follow along for now.
Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let me play something. Raphael, do you have a suggestion for us to play? Otherwise, I'll try to find something.
I do.
Okay. Um, you can put that in the
One second, yes.
yeah. Yeah, so good. Okay, let's try to go for another hour, an hour and a half, and then see where we are at, and then we'll just take a little break. We'll take a little interlude with some music. You can put that in the private chat as you have, and then I'm gonna go and play that, and then while it's playing, we will take a little bit of a break, a bathroom break, tea break, whatever we need to do, and then we'll be right back, everybody. And thanks everybody for being here. Give me a second to load this up. Let's see. Is this it? Yes. All right, everybody. We are back and interesting music. I've never heard that before, but it does kind of sound like Fifth Element soundtrack a little bit. I agree. JJ Organics. So go ahead, Raphael. What were you saying?
No, just that's a really interesting artist. I almost like some of the more recent stuff even better, but yeah, if someone likes, I don't know, Side Dub or something, highly recommended artist.
Awesome. I'm going to just share that with the chat, and then they can check that out on their own. So, how have you guys experimented with psychedelics?
David?
Maybe he's still getting situated over here. Let's start with you, Raphael, until David comes back.
All right, so yes. um,
Is it a
do you have,
is it a
yes?
taboo subject to talk about?
No, no,
Like because of
no,
where you are at, or
no, no,
was it
no, no,
what's
no,
going
no,
on? Do we need to go crypto about it or what?
no, no, no. We're quite liberal, and just now, even though I'm not living in Germany, but finally, after I guess 70 years of suppression or something, or 60 years, they are going to start to legalize weed, which America managed a bit earlier. Although this is also, of course, a huge operation with, the genetics and everything. And suddenly, they want everyone to be high, maybe not to be upset at their government anymore, which has the worst ratings like anywhere in Central Europe right now for Germany or Austria. But yeah, no, it's all fine. I'm just asking because there are so many things to be said about this. So I'd appreciate if, I don't know, if you have any query about anything particular, I gladly share.
Yeah, just before we get started, today I listened to a interview by this guy. He's like a chemist, and he was super fascinated with this DMT stuff. So he went into chemistry and he studied it, and now he's doing a lot of experiments on it. And one of the guys who was interviewing, and I'll try to share that channel again, but he was talking about a new product that has come out called THC T plus or something like this. And supposedly it's like it gives you a different type of high. Now, I haven't done anything, where I live in Himachal Pradesh in the mountains. Um, I have access to hash, and I can get like a ton of it if I wanted. I mean, it's just like there's a lot if I really wanted to, but I
A
haven't smoked.
literal ton in that region,
What's that?
from what I heard. I'm saying a literal ton in that region from
Oh
what
yeah,
I
yeah,
heard.
yeah.
Yes.
A literal ton of it. It's accessible here. Yes, for sure. Certainly, realistically, kilos worth if I really wanted, of hash and different qualities of it. And there's a whole different process involving that. I'm not into it. I'm not into anything else, than just kind of I've consumed. I mean, I will be very honest about it, but I've been going on this kind of like little bit of a straight edge path for a little more than a year. Last time I smoked was last year, probably February or March, around that time, and then I kind of quit cold turkey. I've had few drinks of whiskey when I was at the Village Festival a couple days ago. I've already mentioned that, just out of respect. But like, I don't really, it doesn't pull me. I don't buy alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. I used to own a bar. Used to drink for about a year and a half every day straight. So people know about this. But certainly throughout high school, university, after high school, I've experimented with LSD and mushrooms, LSA and different kind of stuff. And I probably had over 50 different trips in my lifetime with these things. And then I had a breakthrough DMT experience. My Swedish friend here, he's like a millionaire yoga guy. He's kind of on that in that direction, and he always is able to bring some changa from Sweden. And changa is basically DMT that is infused into flower petals. He gave me like one time because he's not around a lot, and he just brings stuff and then he just sits around. So he ended up giving me like 30 hits of it. So I had a kind of an opportunity to experiment with that. But like people know about my story when I went to Mukti in Nepal and had like a breakthrough ayahuasca, not ayahuasca, DMT experience there. I met my a Russian lady friend, my actually friend's ex-wife, whose new boyfriend was like a shaman type of guy, and we did like ayahuasca ceremonies where I'm at my hut. So I've done probably about a 6, 7 different ayahuasca ceremonies as well. Had several cups worth. So that is my credentials, you can say, about psychedelics.
All right. So I don't know. I guess in this case, without giving an inventory list, because also this is always very subjective. What is what is a lot. Certain things I've tried, certain things that never really attracted me. I guess what for many most culturally relevant thing is alcohol, which for me, interestingly enough, I also was never really interested in. And then after I realized like what happens when you overdose or something, it's like, at least for me, it didn't appear like the experience is improving or something like this. Although this is probably true, overdosing on anything is not improving the experience, obviously, right? But here I could never really make sense of it. Anything that's psychedelic is definitely more interesting. Although even here, I would say in the end, I'm not sure if it matters how much one engages in it. There is a certain, some people say, oh, how should I say, mushroom is part of the experience or whatever, or to experience the mushroom, especially in a society that is so rigid, yeah, may probably benefit many people. There's also the huge question, which I'd like to get more evidence on. What did people really do 100 years ago, maybe even in Europe? Were they maybe all, eating mushrooms for quote unquote Christmas, whatever that may have been back then, yeah? And that's why they all had a nice family party because, well, everyone was on mushroom brew or something like that, right? So I think how it is being dealt with in society is oftentimes, too binary. And from what I
Mhm.
understand, even though I wouldn't recommend it to anybody, it's even possible with certain very high, very what you could call very hard drugs. Not talking about fentanyl or something, but more like the classics, let's say. I only heard that supposedly if you do this in a super clean, highly professional setting with exact dosing and so on, then even on these things, you could live a long and maybe more or less healthy life or stuff like that. Aside from the fact, of course, that so much of the things we would rightfully classify as drugs or heavy substances are being used as a standard in the medical industry. Of course, that's the whole thing, which is always overlooked, right? But anyhow, so in terms of substances, psychedelics, yes. I think maybe the question for me would be, what is the experience or realization gained out of it? What I heard most from people, and I would also relate with on the most fundamental level, is just, again, in some more direct way, being able to experience or realize the very simple idea of empathy or connectedness. And that sounds super abstract, but to anyone who's never done it and then does it the first time, I'll stick with mushrooms because it's a simple example. Um, it will probably tell you that, oh, finally, they were able to maybe to see the world again in a way that they have always felt it is, or have seen a part of the world which they had thought was missing. And in an ideal world, all of this wouldn't even be necessary. But just from what I see, how rigid, especially Western society, is being set up, on the one hand, I would say so many people would benefit from it. On the other hand, I would say so many people probably shouldn't do it until they really are ready for it, because otherwise, then that's how you get, if people are traumatized, you get the issue with psychosis and so on, as it is known. Yeah. So in a nutshell, I would just say these things can really help to, again, glean this idea of empathy. And if you talk about the strongest experience, I've had some experiences with ayahuasca and DMT, and the strong experience was with 5-MeO DMT. I'm not sure if I recounted that story during our last conversation, where basically it is supposedly 5 times more potent than regular DMT, whatever. And that was just interesting because, in my perception at least, the frequency bandwidth that I was witnessing at that point was so high, or at least so disjointed from my regular state, that there was no more access to any information. So I kind of held on a slight bit just because my mind is a perfect control freak if it wants to be. But basically, it was a state of no information, which also means no separation. And the only feeling is really just a feeling that remained there. If I were to translate it, it would be unconditional love and connectedness, which may well again actually be the very same thing. And then, of course, now I'm colored through the eyes of whatever I had read and known before and experienced before. But that to me would actually be the closest relatable translation of what source is, which is just existence itself, and then is translated as the entirety of existence and therefore connectedness, and what we call, for lack of a better term, unconditional love. And that correlates with what I had learned before or understood before. So that's kind of my model, which maybe also answers the previous question in regards to God, which I think here is I guess, one of the most interesting questions anyhow, aside from historical ideas.
Okay. David, did you get your smoothie, and are you with us?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. So yeah, this is just such an interesting topic. So, um, for so I think there's different types of substances. Of course, there's chemicals, there's plants, there's stimulants, there's psychedelics, there's sedatives, right? So coffee would be a stimulant, tobacco would be a sedative. I guess cannabis would be kind of a psychedelic if you smoke it pure. If you pair it with tobacco, it becomes kind of a psychedelic sedative. So, but for me, the most profound things I had experiences with, like I went into the whole rabbit hole. So I was like, oh, I want to figure this out because everyone tells me it's so bad and it's so forbidden. So I need to figure this out. There's something to find there. So in school, I had this chem teacher who said, well, she knew, right? It was funny, but I was like 13 or 12. I didn't believe her, but she said, you don't need any drugs. You just need to drum and dance, and that'll get you as high as you want. And I didn't believe her. So I had to find out for myself. Well, now a few years later, I'm going straight edge, and I know she's right because you can get so much higher with just drumming, and basically fasting and drumming and singing and dancing. But I had to do the journey to get to that conclusion, and there were two real big milestones on that journey that got me to that realization. One was with mushrooms, where I was with my girlfriend at the time, and we were both taking mushrooms. And I fell asleep. We were just lying on the bed, and the neighbors were renovating the house, so they were hammering. So it was kind of scary because we had this idea that it was the cops banging on the door, and that was not a good situation. And we're kind of sitting on the bed, scared, and I fell asleep. And I didn't remember I fell asleep. I ended up floating in this nothingless world. Everything was white or black. I didn't know. It was kind of alternating maybe. And it was just colorful balls floating around. It was like literally me being like in a gumball machine or something, but it was infinite. And I realized this and I thought, oh shit, I remembered that I took mushrooms, but I didn't remember that I fell asleep. So I thought, oh shit, now you did it. Now they probably tied you down in some straitjacket somewhere and you're just in a coma and they think you're dead, or you never wake up and you're just in here trapped and you just fucked up your life. So I was like, oh damn it. So I was a little bit upset at that moment because I thought, oh man, I wanted to do all these things and now you just fucked it up. But then I let it go and I thought, okay, well, whatever. You're kind of falling like Alice in Wonderland, falling down the rabbit hole, but you're just falling forever now. Okay, whatever. And at that moment, when I let go of that, I guess anger or resentment, I heard that the voice of my girlfriend. She was like shaking me to wake up. Right? It was like literally like in the movie. It was crazy. So it was shaking me to wake up, and I woke up, and I was like, oh my god, I was just sleeping. Holy shit! Or like my body fell asleep, my mind was still there, my eyes were closed. So that was like almost. It wasn't really a death or what the people call an ego death or a near death experience. I don't know. It probably wasn't, but it had kind of still a profound effect on me because I realized that things have consequences that you do. You're not just playing around. You do stuff with your body, and it's like a well-oiled machine. If you mess it up, things just change, right? Can happen. And the other experience I had was on a festival in Hungary. It was like a Goa festival, like a Psytrance festival. It was a Sun festival, actually, SUN. And I was there with a guy who was he was a complete Changa nerd. So he would like walk around and like see, he would like recognize someone as being as having Changa on how their nose looks or something. So he would like see it, go to them, and say, "Hey, you have some Changa? Let's change." So he would collect all the different types of Changa he would find on the festival. And I was just we were just hanging out and just like we were like on a pilgrimage all over the festival all the time. We're just walking around, finding new Changa, smoking Changa. And
So wow. So you
wait.
tried different types of changa? Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Yeah, some were strong, some were not strong. And so it was, for me, it was very interesting. He was like into biofeedback as well. So at home he had like biofeedback machines and he was like real, like this kind of biohacker. But the real
Explain to the audience what Chang'e is real quick before you
okay,
continue,
so
please.
yes, so Chang'e is really Chang'e is, I explained earlier how ayahuasca works, right? You have the psychedelic plant, and then you have the plant that lowers your body's resistance to it. It inhibits the enzyme that breaks it down so that the psychedelic compound can reach your brain and have that psychedelic effect.
Yes,
So
yes.
that is how ayahuasca works. Now, Chang'e is like a different way of doing that. It's basically extracted DMT, which is the psychedelic part in the ayahuasca. So it's that extracted as a crystal or like as a solution, as a liquid solution. And then you take the inhibitor plant, the MAO inhibitor plant, and you just soak that in the psychedelic liquid, or you drop it on top, right? So it's basically like ayahuasca, but in a more convenient form. And then you take that and you just smoke it like weed, or like you smoke it in a pipe. Basically, you can also smoke it
Yeah.
as a joint, but people smoke it in a pipe, right? And so it is like between 5 to 25 minutes, depending on how strong it is a trip. You basically, people have described the trip as, load brain into pistol, pull trigger,
Yeah.
shoot brain into multiverse, right? That's because that is kind of what it is. So
Yeah, it's true.
depending on how you dose it, it's a very short, very intense trip, which DMT usually is. And the thing about ayahuasca is like why it is so extreme is because with Chang'e it's like 5 to 15 minutes. With ayahuasca is like hours and hours. So it's very, very intense. Anyway, so my second really intense experience was on that festival with that guy. And after walking all over the festival, laying down, sitting down, smoking Chang'e, and having these experiences for like 3 days, we were like out in the city again, and on this camping, on this like camp, well, where you have tents and trailers, or what do you call that place? And I did the last hit of Chang'e there, kind of to say goodbye or something. It was like a ritual for me to close the experience. And then it felt like it was different. I felt like I arrived in this place. It felt like a portal. So I was in this other place, and it was like I was naked in a foreign planet, in a foreign city, in the most busiest road intersection. Everything was going up, down, left, right, things moving, and it's just I didn't know what it was like. I felt like a little naked baby on the most busy street in Mumbai or whatever, right? It was like completely crazy. I felt like I ended up in the worst possible place, dangerous for me. I was disrupting the flow, whatever was going on there. And I got the almost like a telepathic message, or like the words formed into my brain saying like, dude, what are you doing here? You stink up the whole place. You're so unclean. Like your thoughts are dirty, your body is dirty, you're not breathing well, you're sweaty, your diet, everything is just disgusting. You're fucking you're 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 stinking up this whole realm. Why are you coming here? What do you think you're doing, man? This is not okay. And so I got this very, very strong message to go back and never come back before I sort out my diet, my breathing, my thoughts. And that was really profound because it wasn't a friendly tone. It was just matter of fact, this is not okay. It was like, you're intruding, bro. Get off. Like and that was crazy because I kind of knew it was true, right? It fit into this whole process of searching. Hey, what is actually the optimal way to live? What does the body need? How do we get out of all this programming? What are our thoughts and all these things? And then I got this feedback from, I don't know, this entity or this realm. It was just like, fist to the face, like, yes, you're all wrong. Yes, everyone knows that. it's good you also know that, but come on, fix it now. So that's kind of my story in regards to that. So that helped me a lot, of course, going on the path and trying to find out what is actual the way, not the way we've been taught, but to find out what maybe is the actual way, the natural way, or the human way, or whatever you want to call that.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, when I was younger, like, tripping and stuff like that, it was more like, oh, like colors and things moving around, and, it was a kind of a pleasant type of experience. But like when you get older, um, you understand the spiritual aspect of it. And one of the videos that I just shared with this guy, the Andrew Gillimore, and basically one of the things he was saying is that you have to respect the plants. You have to respect the chemicals, and you have to respect the space that you're entering into. And when you have dealt with shamans before, I've met few so-called shamans. Let's just put it that way. But I mean, they have this quality of like really um, of like providing the space and the energy. Like when I was doing my ayahuasca here. This guy, we had like a rule of like 4 hours, no speaking. Okay, so we would start maybe around 9:30, something like this, and then he already created this brew of ayahuasca, and then we would all take one a cup at a time, like a shot class. I took like 3 shot glasses worth, like 3 cups worth my first time. And ayahuasca is like a little bit like slower. It works more similarly to like LSD or mushrooms, but I would say the quality of the trip was a little bit different. Um, but like DMT, like you were saying, like the changa, or a crystal DMT, is like just a rocket. You're like shot out
Yeah.
from wherever you are, and
And
then
it's
it
also
just
just
like
a higher
just like
frequency differential in a shorter amount of time. That's another thing.
yeah, like, and I don't know about you guys, but when I smoke changa, I can hear this ringing in my ear that just goes like, like it just like shoots up though too. Like I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if you guys have that experience before, but like that's something that I've experienced. But for me, I needed to like because my body is like shaking. Like when I have this bowl in my hand and I'm ready to light it up, like my hand is shaking. Like my body remembers what it is. I'm okay with it. I'm ready to go. So I need to sit there usually 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I need to just meditate and focus on my breathing. And then when I feel like I'm in that right space of mind, then I go with it. And then I'm just like, okay, I'm ready to go now. Let's fucking do this. you know?
Notch, I think you cut out or you muted yourself.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh,
I ended it with that. But yeah, but it's an intense experience though too. It's an intense experience, and just giving the respect that it deserves though too. I think it's
right.
important to
So
just yeah.
just to brief things, so one is that because you talk about respecting the plants, I completely agree. However, what came to me in that moment was like, oh, respecting yourself. Because how many individuals are engaging in this nilly-willy behavior maybe and don't really respect themselves and then quote
Yeah.
unquote get into trouble. Now I just realized my big, I would now say advantage, but whatever, was that I had never even touched any of those things at all before having some sort of a quote unquote spiritual alignment, at least, or interest, clearly. So for me, it was never just colors or something like that, even though, of course, that's a nice part as well. hmm And yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say was in terms of you first meditating, of course, it's always important, to uh, just be aligned with yourself and your own energy in that moment. However, what I also thought of is probably in that case that's particularly effective because most likely through your intention you're also structuring the ayahuasca again in the cup before consuming it, so that probably makes it easier to uh, interact with the system. But that's just a side note.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
David?
Yes, I mean, I was exactly at the opposite what you just described. So I was like really not. I mean, um, I'm anyway very susceptible to go with the flow. So for me, it's kind of hard to find my own foundation, my own thoughts, and so that took me longer in life. So when I discovered Changa, I was, exactly not having that foundation, and so I was not in that place, and so I got the feedback. I guess I needed, like, dude, you're not even yourself, bro. Clean up your act if you ever want to come back. I had played around with salvia before as well, which is a very interesting plant, Salvia divinorum, and but that is like even crazier because it changes out your whole reference of reality. So you end up talking to a chair, or you're talking to the song that is playing, or you're talking to your hand or your foot or whatever. I can't even describe it. But again, I cannot imagine what effect salvia would have if someone had like a strong foundation to their identity. When I tried it, I didn't have that, so I was just talking to the chair.
So I'm not
I had
claiming
a
that's
thought.
what I have, but I can share my singular experience.
Yeah, no, but um, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Don't need to interrupt you. You can go on.
Yeah, I forgot what I was. Yeah, it's gone.
Well, anyhow, so I'll just 1 second here, pouring the water. Some water flowing ASMR. Salvia is very interesting. I wonder if Nach has any experience. What I actually wanted to say first, and I'm not general disclaimers, everyone do your own research and don't do anything you're not supposed to. But what I found interesting so far with most experiences I heard of people recounting, especially from DMT, is that most often they got some type of an insight or some type of really positive reinforcement information, or they got some kind of a movie shown where some complex emotional issue they had was illustrated for them and how to resolve it, or just pushing them along. So that's what I find pretty fascinating. There's of course also many people and even whole sects that appear to kind of get stuck and then like have to drink it every week. Even here, I wouldn't judge anyone. Everyone has to see for themselves if that's the right thing, or what correlates with one's own lifestyle. And then just because it's incredibly funny with the salvia, which I think even technically is legal in many countries, but I understand why people don't do this regularly, because it's like a harsh experience, I would say.
Yeah.
And so again, without now claiming that at that point or even now I have any particular foundation, but what I
Don't do
experienced
salvia
was,
for fun. Sorry, but we
yeah,
really
yeah, right, yeah, and also
don't do it. It's not
don't
fun.
mix it, and don't just use a little, because at least for me, all that does is give a headache. But all right, so anyhow, done properly this one time, and what I experienced was pretty fun. On the one hand, I was laying down and I felt as if a car tire was like literally on my face, yeah, like as if a car was on my face, like the tire of a car. That maybe
Okay.
wasn't so fun, but it was an interesting experience in terms of bodily experience. And then at the same time, I noticed, okay, I'm laying here on my bed, then kind of closing my eyes or not. And then I realized, oh, actually, I have a different perspective, which pretty much was the architect's room from Matrix 2 or 3, where he is with all the screens. I didn't see any
Yeah.
architect, but I just saw a whole array of screens. Then I was kind of trying to look at them. And what I then saw was basically maybe different angles, or just, each one a second apart, frames of a fictional camera installed in my own room, from which I basically saw myself. I didn't clearly see it, but I realized like the information I got, that's like what it was. Yeah, and for me, especially of course also at that time, especially I was interested in all this higher self concept, this and that, and I was reminded of the concept shared by Bashar, this idea of the film strip analogy, that from a higher perspective or from a less time bound perspective, you would see the entire film strip in front of you, and this was kind of exemplified by these screens. And I realized that I'm like, oh, it's like the operator's room in the Matrix. I can see all these frames at the same time. It's like the higher self perspective, at least as I would understand it at that point. And that's what got shown to me. And I found it incredibly amusing. So I just started laughing, and I think I was laughing 5 or 10 minutes straight, constantly switching between this strange feeling of having a car on my face and this other perspective of seeing it and also seeing me there laughing, so this became like a self-referential, self-reinforcing joke, also because I was overjoyed that I was able to see that like operator room perspective, even though it wasn't anything fancy or special, but I was just enjoying that experience, let's say.
Yeah, and anything more that you wanna add to that? Because, I mean, like, if you have a car tire on your face, I mean, must have been felt, like, a little bit heavy, like, you could feel,
Oh
like, the
yeah,
pressure of that car tire and, and, all the divots and stuff.
I'm not sure if it was that detailed, and maybe that was just the visual image I got at that moment. But yeah, that's how I felt. So also, I would just recommend overall, like David says, there's nothing to do for fun or whatever. There's other things to do that are maybe already are legal. I mean, would be legal even, but yeah, it's not always only about that. Um, where one can, in a much slower and a sustainable way, explore these things. That's yeah, especially on the proper dosage, it's a pretty heavy and very strange experience. And compared to other things that are more commonly used in clubs or whatever, or even in a sacred setting or ritual setting, not something that's enjoyable. Where I would even say that we don't have to compare now, but I guess I'd rather even feel sick in my stomach a little bit for a few hours with drinking ayahuasca. But yeah, there's no comparisons really. All I can say
Well,
is I don't regret doing it, but I haven't done it since, so maybe that gives you the answer.
exactly. Let me speak on salvia a little bit. So what was always happening when I tried salvia, and it was like in my teenage years, and I was living in a place where there was no access to anything. So salvia was kind of like the thing that was kind of available by mail order, at the time. So when you smoke a sufficient dose, you have to hold it in until you really have to cough, and then what happened for me all the time, I got like a cold sweat, and then I merged with my environment. So I became the chair, I became the floor. So I always felt, and that's not pleasant, right? I'm not, I'm not saying that was fun. We were just kind of bored. And after a few times, like 5 times or so, I never did it again because I just could, like, this is not fun. Um, so it seems like I became part of, like, my consciousness moved down a notch to that of the chair, of the floor, of the music playing, which is just like a static recording, right? So it almost is like the consciousness moves down a notch, but in that state, then you can interact with the chair and the song, and it seems normal to you, which is very, very strange. It's not fun, it's just strange. So it's more like a research thing. And a fun story that I had, I was at a party and I had a whole bag of salvia with me, and there were like these guys there that were troublemakers, and they wanted to buy weed of people, and some people had seen me and my friends smoke salvia, and they thought we had a huge bag of weed, so they were trying to buy the bag of weed off me, and I said, I'm not selling it, it's not weed. So and I said that I'm bullshitting them. So then they threatened me, and I said, just give me the weed, man, we're gonna beat the shit out of you. And now that was a problem, because if I give these guys the salvia and I smoke it, they will beat me up for good, because that will be such a terrible experience. So, well, in the end, we gave them the salvia, and then we made sure to get away from that place very fast, because holy shit, man! If all these like gangster guys started smoking like huge hits of salvia, it's funny thinking about what happened to them, but I don't want to be around when they figure out it wasn't weed. But I told you so. I don't care.
I do not have a lot of experience with salvia. I don't recollect ever smoking salvia myself, so, I can't speak on it much. But, have you guys ever heard of datura?
Yeah.
I've heard, but I forgot
Datura
what it
is
is.
also called, Jimson weed or devil's trumpet.
Yeah.
Um, it's really nasty stuff, and, I remember a Russian friend of mine was telling me that, he went to some yogic guy, like, and he he was completely tripping, like, with on this stuff. I was given bunch of, seeds. Actually, they grow by the river, and there's a ton that grows here though too. Like, I could just go and, they have, like, these, like, little egg-shaped balls that's got little, like, spikes coming out of them and stuff like that, and then you can, crack them open, and then you can dry the seeds, but they're pretty serious stuff, and,
Yeah, they're
I
really
did a
dangerous.
3-day. They can be, yeah, they can be, and, I did a 3-day trip with them, and, I like to experiment, and I like to go and give it a shot, and I need to know for my own experience what it is, People can tell me, "Do this," or "Don't do that," or whatever. It doesn't have any meaning to me. I need to go and see it for myself, and, first day I took, I think my regimen was 50 seeds, 75 seeds the second day, and then 100 seeds, like this. Like, I was counting them. And, my gosh, like, after a while, like, on my second day, like, you get this feeling of, like, things were, like, a little bit in a reddish shade. Uh, you lose your balance a little bit. Like, I have to, like, kind of almost crawl out to use the bathroom, and you're constantly thirsty, though, too, and, you get it's difficult to, explain, but you're, like, having these, like, thoughts. You're almost schizophrenic. I'm not sure how else to say it, like, you feel like you're, like, having a conversation with somebody, and, like, you don't know because, like, when you're completely alone here in the hut and at night and stuff, and then you're, like, having, like, multiple days of trips, of this, you're just kinda like, "Ugh," like, I think I'm going crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. I was living at a place once. It was, it was, let's say, like a communal space, and there was weed growing there, and there was also datura growing there in the corners, and it was very, very kind of weird. The the weed, it smells when it starts flowering, and the datura almost was like trying to have more of a smell in spite of it. It was very, very strange because the cannabis smell was just like pleasing and it kind of feminine and alluring, this like sweet cannabis smell, and the datura smelled like almost like an angry witch or something, like an angry, evil. I don't know. It's very strange. Like it has this earthen smell, but it's not just earthy. It has another element to it, and it was almost like these smells were competing. But the datura plant was just one little plant. It was just like 30 centimeters high, just this little thing in the corner, and the cannabis plants were like 20, 15, 2 meters high. Like they were massive. And this little datura plant was completely covering that smell. Almost, it was a little bit scary because I felt it was the the entity, the spirit of the datura plant taking over the place. And I was intrigued, and I read more about the datura entity and what the plant uses are and what it's used for in rituals and all that kind of stuff. And that got me really scared. So I ended up removing that plant from the place because I felt it was uh, really not like inviting something dark to it, and the place was
Yeah.
already a dark place, so it wasn't really doing it any favor. And that was my really weird experience with the tour. I didn't take
These were
it,
just
right?
the indicator signs, probably.
Well,
The
yeah,
signpost.
exactly. Maybe it was just there as an indicator plant. It was an old pig farm, an abandoned pig farm. So that means on that
Ooh,
place there were
getting even better.
hundreds and thousands of pigs that were like bred, force inseminated, basically kept in cages and killed, right? So it was like a very, very dark place. And I felt we living there, we were, you know, uh, revitalizing the place by living there, planting a garden, and trying to recapture it with life. And then this datura plant comes along, and it just feels as dark as on the first day again. So I got rid of that plant, and then the whole energy of the place changed. So that was my experience with datura. I didn't even take it, but just from the smell and kind of the contact through that, I have massive respect of that plant. I would never, like, I'm not going close to datura. It kind of scares me.
Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of this cliff honey from Nepal? They call it like cliff honey, mad honey. Uh, have you ever heard about this?
Only heard about it.
Well, yes,
So,
supposedly
so
they had special psychedelic honey somewhere in India. Apparently, you can even buy one variant of it freely in Austria, for example, or you could. That's what I did because I saw, was trying it. I think I didn't really like try a proper dosage. I just realized that with these type of things, always be wary of what you mix it with, because you don't want something that you actually enjoy to be mixed with that taste, which then probably doesn't make it taste good anymore, like with cacao in my case.
Mm.
Just as a heads up for everyone.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but no
yeah,
particular experience. Please not share with us.
so the cliff honey, the way there are these bees, and they're like huge, like they're big, and I've seen them, and when I was living in Nepal, I went the honey hunting actually, and wanted to go see what it was all about. And they're very big, and you have to climb rope and all that. I did not, but like I've seen these hives, and they're like huge, and what happens is that they're collecting honey from rhododendron plants, and
Mhm.
rhododendron plants, after a certain height in altitude, they start to become poisonous. That's what it is. At like lower altitude, they're okay, and then honey from those plants, the flowers, is good and fine. But at a higher altitude, they start to get poisonous, and that's where these bees. That's how they are, like, get their pollen, and that's where the honey comes from. Now, like I was with a friend who was like into meditation and stuff, and I bought some of this honey, and he didn't realize that it was this like mad honey. So he just ate like 3 spoons, no more, like it was like 9 spoons of this, thinking it was regular honey. And while we were having dinner, he like started tripping. He was just started tripping, and he's like, his eyes were wide open, and he was saying, "Oh my god, I'm blind." Like he just went completely blind, you know?
Oh
And
no.
he didn't know what the fuck was happening. He didn't know what was happening, and then I asked him, like, "What the fuck's going on? Like, what's happened?" Because he's not smoking, he doesn't do drugs, but he ate this honey, and then he's just started tripping. And we realized that he took like spoonfuls of this honey, and he didn't even realize,
Oh,
and it's medicinal. Like if you take 1 spoon, like 1 teaspoon a day, you're not going to trip. It's supposed to be good for you. It has a little bit of like beer like taste to it. There's like fermentation
Yeah,
aspect to
I
it. It's
think
like
so.
brownie, you know like brown, a little bit bubbly. It's not like as the viscosity is not as thick as that of like a regular honey that you would normally get. It's like a little bit on the loose side. And after he did that, a couple days later, I decided, okay, I want to know what that is like. So I also took like 9, 10 spoons of this. Oh my fucking god. Like, I swear to you guys, like, I thought I was gonna die. I literally thought I was in my room, and, my mouth was, like, salivating, so I was, like, chewing tissue because it was salivating so much, and I had to go to the bathroom every, like, 15, 20 minutes and puke. I got to a point where I couldn't puke anymore. I was just dry heaving, and,
oh
when you puke, and it's, like, one of those, like, really, like, deep gut wrenching puke, and you get to a point where you're puking up bile. Like I was puking up green stuff, and I would like slowly crawl back into my room and just like sit there, and then everything was in the shade of red, and I was like worried that my breathing was going to be messed with because I felt like I had to consciously breathe, and that went on for like 8 hours. You know, uh, not a fun experience. I can tell you.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. The breathing
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
relaxation is scariest when you have these certain types of sedatives or like delirious like belladonna and datura, right? They uh, um, they relax the muscles of the involuntary muscles of nervous system, so so it becomes so hard to breathe, and you just want to go like, never breathe in again. So that's scary. Um,
Yeah, it was a good experience in the sense of like I know what that was like, and I never want to fucking do that again, kind of deal. But that was about it.
yeah, exactly.
I
all
think,
right.
for me, the whole like psychedelic like experience, like, because when I was in high school, I was, like not okay. In high school, I was already a little bit different because I'm Asian. I was adopted to to the States, and everybody's white, blah blah blah. But when I went to universities, I had more access to mushrooms and LSD. And one of the things that I enjoyed doing was like going to house parties and just taking a hit of acid and sit in the corner and just watch people. Like house parties in America, basically they pack you down into a basement of a house. You pay $5, you get a cup, and they just stuff you downstairs in the basement somewhere. And then you're just with a bunch of dudes in the basement smoking weed and sit in front of a keg and drink beer. That's about it. But then you have like 50, 70 people,
Um,
drinking, and they're talking about shit, and then and
do
then
they
I
have
would just
music?
sit there with a beer in the corner and just watch people
Oh
being
wow.
a creep.
What kind of music do they have when they do that?
I mean, like rock music, rap music and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
like
They
rap music,
usually it's
right?
just somebody with a cassette tape, and then they just like blare music downstairs. It's just because you can't legally drink until you're 21 in the States, right?
All
So,
right.
your freshman year, your sophomore year, and probably even a part of your junior year, you're not going to be able to go to bars unless you have a fake ID, right?
Mm.
And what the way people go about doing that is like they go and find a house party, and it's a way for people to make money because everybody's paying $5, and you buy a couple kegs and you just stuff people downstairs, and then a bunch of sweaty dudes smoking weed is down in the basement in somebody's house, just like getting drunk is kind of like
So
the
it's like
way it went.
independent illegal bars, basically. Just to point that out again, how
Yeah.
ridiculous prohibition can then pan out to be. I mean, what is this? And condoned ultimately. It's a joke.
But, like, when you're tripping, you cannot get drunk. I mean? You can drink, 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 and, your perception you're not gonna get into that space where you're like, "Oh, I'm losing consciousness. I don't know what's going on," and, you might lose a little bit of a function of your body, but you don't get drunk. Like, you can just drink, drink, drink. You will puke, your body will react, but you're not gonna lose, like, consciousness or focus because that's what happens, and it gives you a different perspective of the psychology and behavior of people because, like, they are drinking, they're getting drunk, and you can start to see the
Oh yeah.
alcohol setting in to their mind, you know, while you're kind of like still quite fresh with what's going on though too. So it was an interesting situation for me to observe human beings and behaviors and all this kind of stuff.
Hmm.
I can only assume that's a trait we share. Maybe even many people in chat also share actually being interested of the interactions between people and systems and all of that transpersonal aspect. But yeah, it can be very fascinating, and I guess that's also a good case study if you were to put any group on any type of substance. And I mean, even any professional group usually has their favorite substances they use, and then see how they come across may also give you a hint. Or just like, as they like to say, I'm not again even now condoning or supporting anything, but how many drunk people, how likely it is they will get into a fight. and what are the stone people gonna do? Not even saying one is better than the other, but it's just different outcome depending on how, the base frequency of the substances that is being consumed, and of course all the filters through which the people put it that actually consume it.
Yeah. Um, yeah. David, did you want to say something?
I grew up in a culture that was only alcohol, and it was just drinking, drinking, drinking. Adults were drinking, and then as a teenager, of course, you could imitate the adults, and so you also drink, and also everything is just completely criminalized, and um, everyone's just completely hating on anything that is not alcohol, even cannabis, where I grew up, which was kind of irrational, but it was just this kind of culture. So I came from that, and of course, everyone just ends up drunk and an idiot after a while of drinking, as we all know. And then in my university years, I went to a city that turned out to be the absolute opposite. It was just like, drinking then was just it was just like smoking cigarettes in other areas, and everything else was then available. So I went from a complete let's say virgin of substances and just knowing what alcohol to going to the promised land and made all these experiences. But I definitely have to say, like, alcohol is still, I mean, there's a lot of substances that completely mess up the body and the mind, but alcohol is really up there with them. I mean, even though it's legal, that doesn't mean it's not dangerous. So I
Which
would
of course leads
definitely,
us back into the conspiracy, even just now thinking of this. How
yeah,
recently have all the other substances only been banned? How recent has this been? The war on
yeah,
drugs is very recent. And how much has alcohol been pushed onto the populace by the Catholic Church in the modern version? And again, 100 million, I don't know what, gold coin question, which known religions rather refrain from alcohol?
yeah,
Oh, there
Yeah.
we go.
No,
true,
really, like, I was gonna bring that point up, exactly, Raphael, because, like, the question about where the word alcohol comes from, the kuhu, right?
mm,
Kuhu, right, is the flesh-eating demon, and I've certainly was a how do I say this? I was a victim of alcohol. I mean, I abused alcohol. I really did. Because I was already out of place, and I had like a little bit of a victim mentality, and I really enjoyed my alcohol. I owned the bar. I owned a bar, and I drank every day for like a year and a half straight. Drinking 5 beers at night was nothing. Like every
mm,
night I'd be drinking 5 beers at night, no problem, like seriously.
I can really respect that, I have to say. Yeah. If
yeah.
do it right and own the
It's
place.
good to have you back.
It's also more economical the way you did it.
Exactly. No, that's the reason why I decided to,
Let's drink together.
make a bar
Yeah,
because
yeah.
like I'm a drunk anyway. I might as well, own the place and try to make a little bit of buck out of it, and then I can still drink at cost, you know.
Right, right. Well, funny that is cool, right? And if you actually look into it, Michael Tesarian went into the whole alcohol topic a little bit on his Unslaved episode 22 and 16, and also the big presentation of the female Illuminati. That the basically the El or the Elohim, right? It's unclear if they brought this knowledge of potions with them, or if they just discovered the plants here and discovered that they can make potions from the plants here for ritualistic and worship and stuff, right, for their priesthoods. But anyway, what happened is that the female priesthood, and then later the males, also the monks and stuff, they had the knowledge of turning plants that grow here into mind-altering substances. And so we get the ale, which is the El, right, from the Elohim. We get the
Mhm.
ale man in Ireland and England, which is the which then later became the Lee man, but that's literally the guy who makes the ale, the ale man, the Lee man, the ale man. So this has always been connected, right? So just to close the circle back to where we started, when we come from the alcohol and the flesh-eating demon, yeah, no shit. it's not called a flesh-eating demon because the beer bottle eats your flesh. No,
But also,
it,
can it be coincidence, sorry to interrupt, that ale is so close to Allah? Because now when you say ale man, usually would be Alman, Allah man
yeah,
for
yeah,
Germany,
that's the same
or
thing.
it's
That's
the
the same thing.
ale man. And why
No, of
did
course.
it have the same word? It's interesting, or
Well,
similar
Allah
word.
is an L. Allah is an L.
Hmm.
In my narrative, Allah is one of the L because he is the superior of Jibril, which is Gabriel. And so Allah, for me, is just a generic way of saying some other L who is more powerful than Jibril, which means Gabriel, the strong L. So Allah is some other L who is stronger than the strong L. So it's kind of his boss, right? But anyway, so flesh-eating demon, yeah, makes sense. And why do they needed that? Because they needed this for the rituals for the slaves to feel like gods, and this is why it's called uh, well, it's named after the gods, right? Because the gods meaning the Elohim, because you feel like a god for a day and then you have a headache for 3 days or something, right? So you have then these like rituals, sex magic rituals, breeding with their female priesthoods and all that shit. Like that was what it was originally used for. If you go back into these, again, David Ewing Jr. disclaimer, if you can believe what they're telling us, but in their narrative, this is what happened. So the whole alcohol question is really not only just why is it pushed on us, why is it named after weird shit. No, no, no. This is like literally the original ritual substance. And then later, okay, we have soma, we have Amanita muscaria, and we have probably different things in different regions. But in the Western world, it was grapes fermented and was alcohol. So it's really significant, right? For all that we have talked about today, and we bring it back to alcohol, it go full circle.
And the agenda to promote alcohol really
Yes.
to the population, you know. I mean, like I mean, I've experienced. Okay, so I grew up in Wisconsin, in America, and they consume more alcohol per capita than any other state. Okay, they drink, and quote unquote, we come from a German slash Polish background, which means that people like beer there, and we had a lot of breweries, a lot of really good microbreweries in Wisconsin. Okay, and then of course, there's like the Polish tradition of hard alcohol, predominantly vodka, was also there. um, so I come from that environment. I mean, like when I was in university, and I think part of the reason why I became alcoholic because I was playing on a frisbee team, and we would like go to a frisbee tournament after we finished playing frisbee. We would get a keg and then drink like with teammates. Like we would just like drink. And if you pass out, like like my captain would like wake me up, forced me to drink more, and
Yeah.
that was the way it was. You know? It was just the way it was. So I gotten used to, drinking quite a bit, like, when I was in university and stuff like this, and it was part of the culture of, growing up in Wisconsin. And then you go to Korea, and Korea and East Asia, they have problem with alcohol. I mean, like, they also have a strong drinking culture, as well. So I just, like I had to, like, really just try to stop for about a year, but I just couldn't, you know, um, stay away from it too much, and I just say, "Okay, let's roll with it. Let's make a bar." That also kinda went sideways, but that's another story anyways. But people, alcohol is something that is very debilitating to a society. Like when you look at like domestic abuse cases and like when police are called and stuff like this, vast majority of time alcohol is involved. Vast majority of times when because it makes you feel like you can take on the whole world. You're like inebriated and you don't care. And I wonder, I mean, I think there is something to be said about demonic takeover. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, I abused alcohol a lot in my youth, and I would always, I guess I wanted so bad to escape my reality. So alcohol was something I discovered that completely takes me out of feeling anything and experiencing anything, and everything just became kind of blurred, and that felt much better. But I also noticed I would like always drink until I kind of passed out or couldn't remember, and I was consistent. I mean, the reason I did that was I was in a bad situation, but it was still interesting to observe that every time I would lose time, like I would not, when doing it, I would still be kind of there, and I would act like I was there, and but after a certain amount of alcohol, I could not remember anything. So, and then you have all these reports of people saying exactly these things: entity takeover and alcohol. It lowers your aura, and things can inhabit you, and they inhabit you for a few hours while you're basically lowered in your firewall, let's say. And I gotta say, it is exactly how it appeared to have happened to me. Every time over a certain level of blood alcohol, I guess my firewall was completely uh, blown away, and something got in me and was just playing David for a few hours, right? And that's when I couldn't remember anything I did. So I think absolutely that's exactly what happens, and I think that is why it is promoted so strongly, because the demons that pharaonic masters sacrificed to, they probably have made some demands of saying, "Hey guys, that's nice, you're sacrificing all these people, but hey, let's make sure we got a few humans to play with. That there will always be a few 100,000 drunk people around the world that we can just get into and play around a bit, right?" I think that's realistic. And while they're at it, right? Why not do that for their dear, demon overlords while they're doing the other stuff anyway? So it seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, it would serve all sides also. I mean, all the
Yeah,
sides conspiring, both
ex-
worldly and
ex-
spiritual, quote unquote.
exactly. It just fits. It fits the shoe fits.
Anything else you'd like to bring up,
Yep.
Nudge? Because I think I'm ready to
Yeah. Okay.
spread out
Let's
my
call it
attention
then.
span. But
Yep.
I would like to thank you very much for inviting me. I'll only speak for myself now. Great conversation. Also, thank you, David. Great stuff as always. But I expected no less. I hope the chat is happy, and everyone who's been listening, especially going through the whole thing, congratulations. You've completed, I guess, just another Nachiketa marathon as you're used to, because I think, Nach, you're only doing streams of comparable length. Anyhow, thanks everyone for listening, and yeah, I hope you can benefit something and in some way, shape, or form, and do your own research, do your own experiments in the most responsible way possible, and ideally enjoy the process.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really appreciate your time and attention here, Raphael, and really enjoying those interviews. Whether I 100% agree with David Ewing or not, I'm looking forward to the rest of those videos that you have made a preview for. So hopefully we'll see more of that content. David, would you like to share some last thoughts before we play your music and call it a night?
Yeah, I just looked at the time and it's over 5 hours. So wow, holy cow! Thanks for inviting me. Thank you everyone for being here. I just want to say, just for myself, I'm I'm all about the dancing and drumming now, right? I found that to be actually true. So my old chem teacher was actually right, and so whatever I was talking about, I want to. Just caution everyone to be careful, research stuff. I always researched everything before I took anything into my body by going to aerovit.com, which where you can read up on any substance, .org. And so educate yourself before you uh, test things nilly-willy. I really recommend it. And yeah, with that, thank you, Nachiketa, for doing this. This was an awesome conversation.
Yeah, I think we always had a very good conversation, individually and collectively speaking, when we got together, and today was no different. And I think time flew because we all had our good time. But there's a lot of stuff to talk about because, like for me, I'm just completely obsessed with your interviews with David and all these books, and it really to me because like I've already been a part of like the conspiracy stuff for a long time since in my 20s and read went down a lot of different rabbit holes, et cetera, and then became a flat earther. We all know the story, Mandela affected, but like this information about Arabic origins and like orphan trains and mud floods and the inquisitions and stuff like this, and I'm not trying to promote like the Quran to be like end all to whatever, but it must have been somehow important, and we can't take it off the table of there's like another layer of manipulation that could be happening. But I think it's good to just go and explore a little bit about what it is about this book, supposedly, apparently that is going against the narrative of what they want to present. So I'm on board until we get down to the bottom of that rabbit hole, and then if we find out otherwise that there's some other information is there to take us on another course, fine, let it be. So we're all here on a journey together as far as I see it.
Yeah,
Any last words, Raphael and David?
climbing up the fractal, and yeah, it's all about that, constantly in the best way possible revolutionize one's own worldview. And for me, both, whether we would call it many things before the Federal Reserve, I'm just naming a few things: Michael Tessarian, Zeitgeist movie, and then turning it all the way with Earth perspective, and now Tartaria. It's always, for me, only about what is the next thing that has been overlooked, what is the perspective shift that is required. And especially considering that it is in the West, most people have no clue about the Quran or anything over there at all, let alone the history or anything. It's definitely worth checking out. And yeah, I'm also, how should I say, on board insofar as I totally want to find out, is there a real opposition there? What is really going on there? And could it really be that so much, in a sense, relates back to maybe this kind of old conflict? Because if there is one, I guess it would make sense at least to be aware of it, that that's going on. And yeah, just to be able to make more sense of reality, and ideally, again, have then, I don't know how to say it. It's not about having a more comfortable life, but maybe a more self-directed life for oneself and one's community. That's what I wish for everyone. And
Absolutely.
yeah, thank you.
David?
Yeah, that's almost nothing to add to that. Only one thing. Going up the fractal, that's great. Don't forget to revisit past things with the new perspective you now have. You will be able to find new gems in what you were not able to see before when looking at the same things that you thought you had already looked at. So that's just to close the feedback loop. And then you notice you actually did overlook something, not because you overlooked it, but you didn't have the context you have now. So that's really something that helps me a lot. So I want to share that. Yeah, and with that, thanks everyone.
Awesome. I'm gonna play this video that was suggested by David, and then we'll call it a night after that.